9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is your Timeless Elite, your PR Princess, Stone Cold Courtney, whatever you want to call me. I had a little bit of a delay because life happens, but I did catch up to speed, and I'm happy I got in through the match of All Out with, I'm still going to call him Edge Christian against FTR, and we saw Beth Phoenix make a return, taking out that Weasel Stokely, and also we see FTR going behind the referee's back, putting the finishing move. My God. Oh, and then I thought that was over, but it looks like Edge kicked out. But yeah, we got to see the return of Beth Phoenix coming back. I really thought it was either Beth or Gangrel that was going to come back with the history that they had. But I'm watching this. I'm streaming this for the first time on HBO Max, which actually, even though I've had a little bit of hiccups, which obviously in streamings it happens, but happy to be with all of you. And shout out to Lewis Johnson in the chat. And also feel free to put in on who you guys got winning this match. And we have tons of action in there. Happy for the people that are in Toronto right now. And I got my food ready. I got everything. And I'm ready to go with you guys. And throw back the execution.
Yeah, but look, Copeland's having a hard time even getting up. That spike pile driver on his surgically repaired neck, I mean, that cost him 7 years of his career.
Lewis, I think you can be a member. You can be a member of Women's Wrestling Talk because I do know we accept like different ones. So I think you have to go on the UP page and they give you the different sets of members to be a YouTube member, because that's when you get all the exclusive ones. And we do exclusive interviews. We do WWT After Dark, where we don't talk about stuff on the weekly basis. Oh my God. Kick out. They're still going.
The Shatter Machine FTR won championships around the world with that. But Adam Copeland still somehow
And doing another Shatter Machine again.
A second would go. He's not on his feet at this point, Brian. Yeah, I don't even know how he's doing it. It's got to be just pure adrenaline. Right, wrestling at home, the fans. Oh, the uppercut. The excitement seeing Beth come out of hell.
Oh my God, that was a spear. 2, 3, and your winners, Adam Copeland, Christian Cage, or also I call him Edge and Christian. They got the big win in their hometown. I don't think they were going to lose in front of their home crowd because I could tell the fans were going to riot, but kudos to them for getting the win. So happy to see Beth Phoenix back, but I feel like there's a lot more story with both of these teams, and very curious on what Beth's role is going to be. And we may see her on Wednesday, and especially with some of the comments that Stokely made about her. Yeah. And also, so happy to see the Reeks of Awesomeness again. But also, earlier at the top of the hour, for the commentary, we have Bryan Danielson being commentator for All Out in Toronto. And we know what happened this past week on Dynamite, where Darby Allin promised that told Bryan Danielson to stay from his match. And shifting gears, we see Mother Wayne, and look, there is Nick Wayne, who has that walking boot because he was injured. And we see FTR coming out. So, of course, it's really going to be very interesting. So, we see Kip Sabian, and I think this is where Luchasaurus or Killswitch, you want to call him, is going to probably have to come in to help, because I know he had to deal with a lot of friction with Kip Sabian and Mother Wayne. So, and Beth, she's trying to help out with her husband. Oh my God. So Beth's trying to do everything in her power.
Here trying to get the handcuffs off, trying everything in her power, but Cope completely helpless.
He's telling her to go. I mean, come on, this is Beth Phoenix. She's a tough cookie. She can handle herself. Beth is a good cookie. She said, I love you, but she's fighting back. Hey, look, I don't have a problem with Beth. Oh my God. Pile driver on Beth.
That's so filthy. Sorry.
Oh my God. Well, we know Beth is known for taking tough bumps when she was in WWE. But I definitely think they kind of took this to a next level. And I think we may see Killswitch joining Christian and Edge. So we see Dr. Sampson. Well, FTR doing what they best as heels. So, oh my God, somebody please on key. Please unkey Adam Copeland. Unkey him. Man. Well, they paid the price for it, but not surprisingly what FTR did, but and it's funny, it's a rarity because there's only a few tag teams that have beaten FTR since they've been in AEW. Obviously, we know the Young Bucks gonna win. We know Edge and Christian. And the Acclaim actually have a pinfall victory over FTR. Oh, and up next, we get to see the return of the Mad King, Eddie Kingston, taking on Big Bill. Two guys from New York. One's from Queens, and one is from Yonkers. It's going to be very interesting. And feel free to put in the chat who you guys got. You got Eddie Kingston or you have Big Bill?
And there's another guy here in AEW from New York City who claims to be a tough guy. So I'm officially calling you out, Eddie Kingston. Wow, the Mad King, Eddie Kingston. Kingston always ready for a fight.
It's nice to see Eddie back. Very curious on where they're going to do with him after Big Bill. It's going to be very interesting. And then you put up the tweet that he posted. People chanting, we want Eddie. It's going to be very interesting. And look at the fans. They're chanting, we want Eddie. And here comes Big Bill. Here he comes alongside the Bad Apple, Brian Keith. And also feel free to put in the chat who you guys got. But I will say I'm happy that Big Bill is coming to his own on his singles run. It's really impressive. He's starting to, him and Brian Keith are starting to be on their own.
Tremendous tag team, but the fact that Big Bill feels like he does not get the respect from all the fans in AEW.
Yeah, Bosa, that's the reason why they started. It was a fun opener to start with. Happy to see Beth out. And yes, it is nice that Big Bill's getting a singles match on a pay-per-view. Actually, this is the second match because earlier this year, Dynasty, him and Brian Keith went against the Hurt Syndicate for the AEW Tag Team titles. So happy that he's going for his second one this year. And here, where is Eddie? I hear his theme song. There he is. Claudio sucks. I love that shirt. Claudio sucks eggs. That is a funny shirt. That's hilarious. Happy to see Eddie. He looks good. He looks good. Returning from a 497-day injury absence. And that, of course, that was on his leg. So happy to see him back. He looks good. He's still it's hard when you have two New Yorkers in the same match. Of course, they're going to be talking trash and want to kick people. But here we go. Our second match of the night. Eddie Kingston taking on Big Bill. Eddie Kingston right away is just putting the chops in. Man, it looked like Big Bill didn't flinch. It's gonna be very interesting to see. Hi, Zach Minner. Hi, Nathan Campbell. Thank you for joining on the special watch-along edition of AEW All Out. If you were joining with me, we are in the second match with Big Bill, Eddie Kingston, two guys from New York. It's pretty much a battle for New York. Eddie Kingston making his return. Very curious on what they're going to do next with him after this match. Happy to Rosa because I'm going to tell you something. If you watch my posts on socials, we have a double header with PLEs. We have AEW All Out happening right now. And later on tonight, we're going to have WrestlePalooza happening at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't know if we're going to have a watch along, but we shall see. Just make sure WrestlePalooza is on the ESPN app. And I'm going to watch it. It's going to be very, very intriguing. So I don't know who's going to do the stream from WrestlePalooza, but we shall see. But just know you do have a watch on for AEW All Out with me. I knew Eddie was going to go a filter the minute he dropped an F-bomb. That's what happens when you're in New York. Yes, we did, Boza. We had some very interesting matches during the Tailgate Brawl 0 hour earlier today. We saw a Tailgate Brawl with a lot of the ladies, and thankfully, Willow Nightingale, Mina Shirkana, Harley Cameron, Queen Amanada picked up the win. We also got to see Samoa Joe and the Ops taking on the Workhorsemen. And we also, as you mentioned, we got to see Hologram, Kyle O'Reilly, who's from Canada, and Roger Strong take on the Frat Boys. And we got to see Shibata take on Daniel Garcia. I know, right? I kind of wish it was, but I feel like it may happen sooner than you think.
Kingston, he's completely unvarnished. He's an open book. He is very clear about who he is as a person.
I'm very curious on who Eddie's going to go against first, because you know the way he got injured was right before Anarchy in the Arena. Right before that. So I'm very curious. I know he's definitely going to go after Gabe Kidd. I know Okada was the one that he beat for that Continental Championship match. Now it's a unified match. So, and also the history that he has with Moxley and members of the Death Riders. It's going to be very interesting as how this is going to play out. Eddie's just having a little bit of fun, but he could also put a butt whooping.
Looking for the exploder once again. It's gonna be tough though. The athlete decides to big bell kicks out.
That was a nice move by Eddie.
Yeah, it's been over a year since Eddie suplexed anybody, and let alone the size of somebody like Big Bill. That took a lot out of him. Bill, though, almost up to his feet with the assistance of the ropes. Kingston back up to his feet.
Both men are back up to their feet.
He went for the hurricane that time. Big Bill saw it.
Oh, man. I think that was his finisher move, Big Bill. But then he's throwing punches at him.
Almost at the base of the spine there, bro. Yeah. I'm not convinced that was a good idea by Big Bill. Especially now, playing to the crowd. You know, these fans are definitely behind Eddie Kingston. I think he should be focusing on winning this match and not necessarily flipping off the fans. Dragging Kingston up by his nose. And not only does it hurt, it affects the breathing as well. Discussed that in the last match. And now.
All right. 1, 2. Kick out made by Eddie Kingston.
Kingston able to kick out. Yeah, I don't think Big Bill is treating this match as seriously as he should. I mean, even when you watch that cover, that was a lackadaisical cover. If you have just joined AEW in the last 16 months, you may not know who Eddie Kingston is. Eddie Kingston was the first ever Continental Champion. He was the man.
But I love that some of the announcers are giving a reminder on who Eddie Kingston is, especially if they're now getting into AEW.
Oh, it's signaling for the back fist. The spinning back fist, the hurricane. He tried it earlier. Big Bill was one step ahead. Let's see if they can connect now. You see in the herd that.
Man. That is to be it. Quick kick out made by Big Bill. He got it very quick. Eddie's looking puzzled. Like, what do I have to do to beat this guy? Big boot by Big Bill.
We saw one of the opening moments of this match, and now that one perhaps even more devastating. Yeah, I'm watching Eddie Kingston breathe. And I wonder if his cardio's running out of it a little bit. Not that he hasn't trained for this, but it's a different thing once you're in front of this many people.
Man. Roll up by Kingston. Kick out made by Big Bill. Oh my God. And your winner.
He didn't even get off that.
Eddie Kingston. That was interesting. Oh man, Big Bill, he trying to get up at Ryan Keith. The bad apple's trying to get a beating on him for Eddie Kingston. Man, Big Bill and Ryan Keith, they're trying to put a beating on him. Oh, why are the lights out? Why are the lights out? Oh, there's Hook. There's the signal. I know him and Kingston know each other because they're both in New York. He's another guy that's from New York, but Hook. You can't forget about Hook because he is from New York, along with his daddy. Oh my goodness, wasn't a submission hold on Brian Keith. Ooh, that was a back fist by Brian Keith. Well, these two know each other from New York. These guys are no strangers from each other. I mean, it could be a faction. I wouldn't see that. I mean, he thinks kicked him out, but as Samoa Joe says, he's going to need their help more than they are going to need Hook's help. So it's going to be very interesting. And I could see Eddie because with the fact they're both from New York, and also with the fact too, excuse me, Eddie's been in the game for so long, he could learn a lot from Hook. I know with the fact, obviously Hook because of his daddy, but also with the fact too, it's really nice to work with people, especially they've been in the game for so long. And if you also live in New York too, that's also another thing as well. But very interesting alliance with Hook and Eddie Kingston. Very interesting. And welcome back, Mad King. I don't know where this is going to lead to, but will be interesting to see. And how is he going to be welcomed back with the roster? Well, it's been an interesting way to kick off All Out in Toronto. But up next, we have MJF taking on Mark Briscoe. And if you noticed last night, MJF lost his CMLL Light Heavyweight Championship match against Mystico. I heard that was a banger of a match. But I can tell you MJF's not in a good mood. But it's going to be very interesting to see these two go in action. But also feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got. You guys got either Mark Briscoe or do you have MJF winning? It's going to be I'm actually looking forward to this. I know these guys have had bad blood with each other for the last couple of months. Tables and thumbtacks. Oh my. You can expect a lot of chaos. You can expect a lot of mayhem. And they're showing the promo that they showed this past week. So, yeah. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got. Who do you, Nathan? I'm trying to understand which specific superstar are you referring to because I'm trying to figure that out. Assuming he gets a normal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is. So, yeah. As I mentioned, he did lose the CMLL Light Heavyweight Championship last night in a banger of a match against Mystico. So, only time will tell that he is not very happy. And here comes MJF, his entrance. So, it's going to be very interesting because I can tell you he's not a happy camper. Oh, good. He kept his hair. I really thought it was a mess. I guess he kept his hair. But he looks like he's in an okay mood. He doesn't look angry or doesn't look upset. And of course, he's spinning the cameraman. Oh, you're talking about Keith Lee, Nathan. It's going to be very interesting for Keith Lee because I'm trying to think how are they going to make his return. And also with the fact, too, hold on for a second because I'm looking at this shirt by MJF. White collar wins. Oh, my God. Well, also with the fact, too, I mean, he just wrapped up Happy Gilmore, too. He is now a married man to Alicia Tout, and he's getting ready for a big match against Mark Briscoe. Oh, my. It's going to be very interesting. Tables and thumbtacks. But Nathan, going back to your point regarding Keith Lee, because he did say on social he is cleared and ready to go. And shockingly enough, he's still under contract with AEW. So it's just only a matter of time on like when they're going to do it. Oh, interesting. But it's only going to be very curious on where they're going to put him. So he says he's cleared and ready to go. It's just where they're going to put him. That's going to be the question. So hopefully we do see Keith Lee returning very, very soon to television. And here comes Mark Briscoe. And he has been wanting to get his hands on MJF for quite some time. Been wanting to. And also with the fact, too, I'm actually watching this on HBO Max. And like I said, even though it's had a little bit of hiccups, because look, it's the first pay-per-view that's streaming. You're going to have some mistakes. But so far, it's been holding up, even though it's had a few hiccups in between. But it's holding up pretty good. Oh, and look at all those thumbtacks. Mark Briscoe is just throwing thumbtacks in the center of the ring. Mark's used to this kind of stuff. So... But I would not skimp on MJF because MJF's been in some pretty crazy matches. Oh my God, all over the center of the ring. It's just a sea of thumbtacks. My God. Oh boy. Nathan, I'm not sure when is the next pay-per-view they'll be in Texas, but I know after this, they will be in St. Louis for Wrestle Dream. They will be in New Jersey for Full Gear in November, and they will be back in Chicago for World's End. Obviously, we know they'll be back at Wembley Stadium next August. Not sure when the next time they're going to be in Texas. Just to answer your question. But here we go. Mark Briscoe, MJF. Mark Briscoe's been wanting to get his hands on MJF for some time. Oh, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Tribute to Cat the Shack, Mick Foley. Love that. What is crazy is that we are about 3.5 weeks from Wrestle Dream. I know it's very hard. I think when they went to All in Texas, it kind of screwed up their whole schedule. So I think they just had to create some filler matches in that 3.5 weeks. Plus, there is some storylines that kind of do deserves a bigger shine on Wrestle Dream because I thought we were gonna wait till Full Gear, but I think for Wrestle Dream they should be very interesting. And here we go. And remind you, they have thumbtacks, so there's going to be a lot of sliding. There's going to be a lot of contusion. I can't imagine wrestling in thumbtacks, and especially I can't imagine your shoes having thumbtacks, and I know that has to hurt.
levels. The chop across the windpipe winds up the left hand, but the more tags become embedded in your boots, it's almost like trying to wrestle while on ice. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't had much experience with thumbtacks, but I was in
They're trying not to fall, but somebody has to have a taste of the thumbtacks. Let's see. Oh! Mark Briscoe made the save. Here we go. MJF. Ooh, kicked him on the knee. And MJF trying to drive Mark's face on those thumbtacks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dangerous situation. I thought for a second there, MJF was going to go for a Russian leg sweep, but that would hurt himself too on these tags. That's right. I mean, you have to be very careful about the moves that you would normally do.
Oh no! See, why you gotta have the referee and then a thumb to the eye and no. Oh, suplex on the Mark Briscoe on the back of thumbtacks. Woo! Oh boy, that has to hurt. That has to hurt. And Nathan, if you're referring to winter's coming, they haven't announced it yet, but that's usually probably like around December. But we shall see if it is. But usually that's around December. Oh my God. Oh no. He's grabbing Mark's face on the thumbtacks. Oh God. You think Moxley would be handling stuff? Mark Briscoe's used to handling this kind of stuff. Yeah, having Double or Nothing at the end of May, which is their Mania-esque pay-per-view, really did. Yeah, we did. I know, Boza, that's going to be something. And I think for Blood and Guts, because they used to have a separate show for that. Don't be shocked if they do Blood and Guts for Wrestle Dream, because I'm trying to think in my head, because it's like, when's the right time to do Blood and Guts? Because obviously they do it on like a Dynamite, but I feel like they could do it in either Wrestle Dream, or if they really want to continue building up the story. Oh, that's really nice, MJF. You really gave the finger to Bryan Danielson. Oh, jeez. You gave the finger. It's a good thing Bryan Danielson didn't get up from his seat, because he would probably give him a kick to his teeth. But like I said, if you watched Dynamite this past week, Darby Allin made a promise to Bryan Danielson to not interfere in his match. I don't trust Bryan Danielson one bit. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like Wrestle Dream or Full Gear could potentially do Blood and Guts, because that could lead into something too. Because there's a lot of storylines that they could play with. It's just who would be the participants. And oh my goodness, MJF. Alabama Slam. Oh, on Mark Briscoe. On the thumbtacks at the back. Oh, the referee. I think the referee's wearing like special gloves so they won't get themselves. Mark is just taking a beating. I give him credit. He's a trooper. But whew. Oh, now he's spreading him around. It would be nice. It would be nice for Mark Briscoe to give MJF a sea full of thumbtacks, because those really do hurt. They very hurt. But whew, Mark's taking it like a champ.
What's going to win this match? We know from Mark Briscoe's history that he can endure.
Oh no! What is he doing? What is he doing? No! Oh no! He's on my handful of thumbtacks. Oh, look at his pants too. From my blood, punched him in the mouth. Yeesh. Yeah, that is true, Tony Schiavone. It's very hard to swallow them. Oh, yikes. My God, Mark Briscoe's just taking a beating. You thought Darby Allin took a lot of beatings. Mark Briscoe's took many, many beatings. That's the one thing about Mark Briscoe. He has resilience. He has heart. He don't care. Oh my God, the wars. I love that. I love that Excalibur's bringing up the history with the Briscoes and FTR, the dog collar match. Because Mark's been in gruesome matches. He ain't no slouch. Oh no, not again. Ugh. Oh Lord, one more time. Oh, nice one by Briscoe. Yeah, it's time for her to get some thumbtacks. That is a meme right there. That's a screenshot meme. See how you like it. But those thumbtacks really hurt. They very, very hurt.
Yeah, take the thumbtack.
That face. This is just his face. That is a screenshot face. I should put those tags. I know, he should. Don't worry, Mark Briscoe's got some tricks up his sleeves. Ooh, nice clothesline. Oh, he ripped off MJF's shirt. And what's it gonna do here? Oh, look at they're sliding on the sea of thumbtack. Oh, look at Mark Briscoe. He's oh my God, Mark Briscoe did not want to get it. Come on, Spy Buster onto. Is MJF alive? Kick out by MJF. Is he still alive? Woof. Oh my goodness. I give credit to MJF because with the fact he wrestled last night in Mexico and then he had to come to Toronto to wrestle this match. I mean, hey, you at the end of the day, like him or hate him, you got to give him some respect on that. I mean, that's very hard to do. Very hard to do. And MJF running, Mark Briscoe on the top rope. Ooh, over the top rope. Oh my goodness. I know the people want table. The people want tables. The people want tables. Mark Briscoe, give it a high five to everybody. Give it a high five. High five to everybody. Yes, Bo, so this is the first tables and tax max where you win by pinfall. It does feel like it, but at least they get to have some rules with it. MJF like a rag doll. And here comes the tables.
Setting up a second table, the second table that MJF tried to hide. Big uppercut. MJF in trouble here. Yeah, I mean, what is it going to take to beat one of these?
Mark Briscoe going on the top rope. What's he going to do here? Bang, bang, tribute to Cactus Jack. Oh, my God. Oof, you see the thumbtacks are still attached. MJF looked like he's knocked out. He can't even move. And it sucks the table didn't break all the way through. Danielson's right. Don't have these step tags near me. That is funny. That is funny. Just Keith Lee. I don't know if he's gonna bring his wife with him, Nathan, but we shall see what happens. Because as I said, Keith Lee confirmed he is cleared. Don't know if he is gonna bring his wife over, but we shall see. We shall see. Oh, power. Oh my God, MJF is taking a beating. My God. Oh my God. Thumbtacks on the chair. That is a picture right there. A picture is worth 1,000 words on that. But Mark Briscoe's used to these types of matches. The same thing with Darby Allin. Darby Allin's used to these types of matches. And also with the fact that we have a coffin match, and who knows what's going to happen in that coffin match. Oh, a low blow right there. MJF, now he has the chair. Ooh, he hit Mark Briscoe with those thumbtacks of steel. Oh, man. He really is going to do the pile driver on the chair. That has to be it. That's got to be it. Oh, that has to be it. That's got to be it right there. That has to be it. Oh, Mark Briscoe kicked out. He kicked out. Bosa, yes, he should. Of 2 countries. He did 2 matches back to back. He deserves it. Oof, and there's thumbtacks on Max's hair. I want to know how Alicia's reaction as she's watching this backstage, especially seeing her husband getting filled with tats. And like you said, Tony Schiavone, this is our 3rd match for the event, and who knows what else is going to happen later on throughout the show. We still have the women's match. We have the Fatal 4-Way match for the AEW women's title. We still have the TBS title. We still have the 4-Way ladder match for the tag team titles. We have a trios match. We have a coffin match. We also have a triple threat match for the unified AEW unification title. And of course, we have Hangman and Kyle Fletcher. Oh my God. I know, that's insane. They were able, and the thing that was smart about them, they kept their wedding under the rug, which was very smart of them to do. And I was very happy with that. I know, Boza, don't remind me. I have to listen to that creep Don Callis. Oh boy. And what does MJF have? Oh, more thumbtacks. He has a seat full of thumbtacks. My God, another bag. Whew. My God. You know, it's always interesting because when myself or people for Nathan, I think you might be referring to Michin because she's in WWE. Not sure about AEW though. But Michin, she's in WWE. It's going to be very interesting. Who's going to eat that sea of tax? And I do see the referee having special gloves and also a set of glasses for this type of match. Oh, boy.
Terrible landing for him on the top. Yeah, see, this is my concern. We've seen, I don't know if he can make it to the table. We've seen MJF use that pile driver off the top rope.
Oh my goodness. That has to be it. That has to be it. This has to be, but Mark Briscoe, he's countering. He is countering. Oh my goodness. Mark Briscoe, he's fighting back. What's he doing here? What's he doing? Is he really gonna do the J? The J drill? Is he really gonna do that? Oh, and he's biting his head. Jeez, just biting his flesh in. I mean, I know MJF's been in some gruesome matches in the past. Oh, and Mark Briscoe, he's doing the same. He's biting MJF's head. And here we go. Oh, both of them. Well, actually, MJF ate a lot of tacks. MJF has to be out of this. He's going for the drop. Elbow drop again. This is what he does. Oh, God. And the fans love Mark Briscoe. J Driller. He has to do the J Driller. Let's see if he can hit it. Oh, I just love Bryan Danielson. Oh! This has to be it. 3. And your winner is Mark Briscoe. Congratulations to Mark Briscoe on winning this match in a tables and tax match. It was gruesome. It was bearable. There was a lot of blood, but congratulations to Mark Briscoe on getting the victory against MJF. Oh my God. Woo! That was great. That was great. Congratulations. He got his revenge.
Okay, I'm fine being biased.
I can hear Bryan Danielson doing commentary, and my brother, he's just bitter. Don't listen to what he has to say. He just wants to say things just cause. Oh my goodness! I know on the inside, Max has to be letting out a sigh, like he's done after a long 15 hours. Yes, he can. Mark Briscoe can move on now, and also we can figure out what's going on with the conglomeration, because it looks like the conglomeration maybe a little friction, because with Kyle and Roddy and Hologram and all that stuff, maybe Mark Briscoe can find some peace within the conglomeration. Obviously, we know with MJF, he wants his AEW World Heavyweight title match. And look at the tweets. I love that they're showing tweets now for AEW, because they started doing this at the 2300 arena when they did a residency of Philly. Mark Briscoe casually wrestling with thumbtacks in the back of his head is the most Mark Briscoe thing he's ever done. We may need some sort of Zamboni to come out after this match. Yeah, to clean up after this match. Yeah, I think so. But I think Mark Briscoe needs to bring in some peace with the conglomeration. So hopefully he can do that. Obviously, we know, like I said, MJF, he has the AEW World title. So he'll be watching Hangman Adam Page and Kyle Fletcher, which will be happening later on today. He'll be watching very closely. Yes, and also, like I said, too, All Out, this is the first pay-per-view that's streaming on HBO Max. So shout out to everybody using it. Obviously, you can watch it on Amazon Prime at pay-per-view, but huge, huge, huge. Gotta show love to All Out. I know everybody's been buzzing about WrestlePalooza this past week, and I know All Out's been not getting, I mean, it has been getting coverage, but not as much, but oh, hold on. I'm looking at DraftKings and I see Tony Storm.
Then let me introduce you to DraftKings. Funny, I used to be called Breeze Quick. DraftKings has an exclusive offer for all you sicko wrestling fans. All you have to do is download the app and enter the promo code when you sign up. DraftKings.
That's a cute promo by Tony Storm. Oh,
She has a better day in her life.
oh goodness. Oh, and earlier, hold on. This was after September to Remember, and we do see Caster and Anthony Bowens with Jerry Lynn. Let's see what this is going on. Shh.
The whole world realizes that when you two work together, you're the best. I'm the best by myself. Stop. Right. I'm not stop. I don't care whether you two like it or not. I jumped through a lot of hoops. I've got you guys a tag match next week and then why? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
What?
You know what? If you don't want to show up to work, it's suspended without pay. Have at it.
Jerry Lynn put Caster and Bowens in a match with Dynamite.
No one wants to see you wrestle by two players. I'm the pride of professional wrestling, and you are a loser who cannot win a match for your life. I'm the best wrestler. No, I can't be better than the best.
They are so like brothers. They so act like brothers. You could tell. They so act like real siblings. Oh, it's Taz is filling in. Well, no, technically not Jerry Lynn. So, Boza, if you have not been following all this, so Jerry Lynn, because this is when they both were solos, and Jerry Lynn kind of saw something with Anthony saying like he had to figure out who was missing. So technically he's not his manager, and apparently Anthony's kind of like the grass ain't greener on the other side. So apparently, like Max, he's doing his thing. He hasn't won a match yet, but the fans still love him. And Anthony is kind of like in the middle of the pack and not breaking out because it's like he wants to do this, this, and this, but I guess he's not getting much support. So I think this is going to be a slow building for them to get back together. We have heard on Dynamite that they are going to be in a tag team match on Wednesday. It's going to be very interesting to see how they work together. But I feel like for them, there's going to be a lot of therapy in place. And yeah, I'm very intrigued on it. I'm very intrigued with Jerry Lynn because Jerry Lynn said that he was there in the beginning for both of their careers. And Tony Khan was the one that created them. And he did see potential in them where no one else did. So it's going to be very interesting on Jerry Lynn's role and does see a lot of potential in them. And the tag team division does have a little bit of a void, and wouldn't mind seeing the guys back. Well, yeah, I already have something for Wednesday. Well, technically back together. They're not really back together, but we'll see how they go with Jerry Lynn. It's gonna be very interesting to see. But it's just let this tease a bit because I do have them returning in 2026. I do have them returning 2026 just in time for Wembley Stadium. But now we have a trios match happening right now. We have the Gates of Agony and Ricochet. It looks like they have a new theme song. Because normally they come out Ricochet, but it looks like they got a new theme song, which isn't bad. Gates of Agony and Ricochet taking on the Hurt Syndicate. So Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got. You got the Gates of Agony and Ricochet, or the Hurt Syndicate, and we get to see MVP back in the ring. And also happy to see Taz back. He's filling in for Tony Schiavone, so I guess everybody's taking turns a little bit, which is nice. Like some of them are taking turn with commentary. It's very nice to see. So yeah, it looks like Bowens and Cass are going to be teaming on Wednesday. I can't believe it either. Like my camp tends to be bigger and better, but but here is the Hurt Syndicate, and along here's them. Let's see, where are they? Here they are. Bobby Lashley, Shelton Benjamin, and MVP. even Justin Roberts said they hurt people. That's funny. And they were defeated as a trios too. I will say this for trios, I wouldn't mind seeing them go up against the Ops either, because that would be a banger of a match. All three of them going up against Hobbs, Samoa Joe, Shibata. That would be a really good match. And then you hear the fans chanting, "We hurt people." They chanted, "We hurt people." I have to say, Shelton Benjamin, Bobby Lashley, they look so good, even in their 50s. They still got it. They chanted, "We hurt people." Yes, that they've been very super tight since WWE, because they were the Hurt Business. And they did make a mark, but of course, we already know who was in charge with the previous regime. And since they came to AEW, they just found their calling with the Hurt Syndicate, former AEW Tag Team Champions. Like I said, I wouldn't mind if they be contenders for trios. It would be a very good, hard-hitting match between three of them and the Ops. That would be very interesting. But Ricochet. And you hear the chants for MVP. The fans are going nuts for MVP. And MVP, he hasn't missed a beat either. And he has a black belt, so I would not underestimate MVP one bit. Here comes Bishop Kong. Yes, definitely. In such a quick time, they finally got the ring clean from the thumbtack tables and tacks match for Mark Briscoe versus MJF. And that's not the only stipulation match we have. We also have a coffin match happening later tonight. Ooh, nice punches by Bishop Khan. Oh, and I see somebody in the front row wearing a Hurt Syndicate hat. MVP hasn't missed a beat. Tag made to Shelton Benjamin. Mm-hmm. Look at Shelton Benjamin. It looked like Shelton Benjamin was like, "No, that's not going to hurt me. I'm used to it already." Oh my goodness. Oh, Shelton Benjamin's put this mission hold. All right, and here comes. Sorry about that. I had to be interrupted, but here comes Bobby Lashley, and tag is made to MVP. Yeah, I mean, you can see Bobby Lashley with the strength. I definitely do see Bobby Lashley being in the world title picture in the future, because I wouldn't mind seeing him go for that opportunity. I really wouldn't. And hopefully, here comes MVP. Oh, I think I know what's he gonna do here. Bowling. That's his signature. He used to do that in WWE. Oh my God! Look at Bobby Lashley. His strength.
Not seeing Leona tag in. Run a mafia kick right there. Might be thinking of Exploder. Yeah, I don't know about you guys. That's like a cup here. Ricochet kicking the legs and able to break free. But I've been surprised by how much time MVP has spent in the ring in this match. I would have thought he would have taken down a little bit more quickly. Oh, yeah, but that's really fine. He's lazy. He's got the same thing. No, what I'm saying is he's a man that's had 3 knee surgeries. That's a man.
You rewind it at least?
His strategy, because he's a brilliant man. He's a brilliant strategic leader. I know, but he was disrespected disrespected by the Hurt Syndicate, of course. MVP offering that business card, and then it just embarrassingly having that card rescinded in front of the world. Yeah, and Brian, I see what you're saying, and I don't disagree. I mean, because maybe now, to your point, he is in that too long, but right now, the man knows that, and they're trying to keep him in the middle of the ring so he can actually orchestra. And the knee injuries in MVP's past, definitely not a secret, and it's something that the demand are looking to exploit here tonight. Yeah, but it's gotten personal with these guys, and it's gotten in the way of the strategy.
After last week's
Ricochet, look what he's doing here. He's being very smart, very tactical. The Demand are doing a really good job since they've taken control of this match. And you could see it.
Well, I'm happy to see Ricochet taking some control in this match.
As we saw earlier tonight, Eddie Kingston, 16 months. He came back to the time to find his way inside the ring. MVP, not a regular competitor inside the ring. Bobby Lashley,
Clothesline by MVP.
That's just normal. That's just the way it goes.
Bishop Kong taking on MVP. Tag mate to Ricochet. And also feel free to put in the chat who you guys got. You guys got the Hurt Syndicate, or you have the Gates of Agony and Ricochet taking this win? Ooh. You would think Ricochet tried to play possum. Well, Tayo Leona, after that hard-hitting match with Bobby Lashley this past week. Ooh. Well, MVP tag is made to Bobby Lashley. Ooh, he really is going to be belly to belly, throwing Ricochet like a rag doll. Oh my God. Oh my God, Ricochet's already being handled by a rag doll. Taya Leona, Bobby Lashley, they really did have a hard-fitting match this past week on Dynamite. Because the only people that handled Bobby Lashley was him and Brody King. Could you imagine Bobby Lashley going one-on-one with Powerhouse Hobbs? That would be a lot of meat. And Shelton Benjamin. I think that was Ricochet that streaked. My God, Shelton Benjamin. I do see Shelton Benjamin being in the Continental Classic later this year because he did had a stellar performance when he was in it last year. So I would not be surprised if he did participate in it. Oh, was it double German suplex by Shelton Benjamin? And that's because the fans respect and love Shelton Benjamin. And it's crazy because Shawn Michaels was interviewed by Chris Van Vliet, and they talked about the super kick that was heard around the world. If you remember, it was Shawn Michaels versus Shelton Benjamin, and that was like the super kick where it had everybody talking. And I love that Shawn Michaels gave a lot of memories about that. Tag is made to Bobby Lashley. Super kick made. But Taya Lona, he was just like, I'll just check it off. Spear by Bobby Lashley. Like I said, other than him, the only time I ever saw Bobby Lashley get handled was by Brody. Nice kick out made by Ricochet for his team.
Safe.
Mm-hmm. We see MVP and Bishop Kong. Hi, Maria. Thank you for joining on this watch-along edition of AEW All Out. And if you're joining with me right now, this is your Timeless Elite, your PR Princess, Courtney, joining you on this watch-along edition. And this is our fourth match, our trios match. The Hurt Syndicate taking on the Gates of Agony and Ricochet. And yes, Maria, it has been a fun one so far, but we still have a lot more matches happening. We have 5 championship matches that will be decided. We know we have a coffin match happening between Jon Moxley and Darby Allin. So lots has happened. And what's Bobby Lashley going to do here? Ooh, Taya Leona hit Bobby Lashley with a steel chair. That was a really hard shot. Let's see. What's Leona gonna do here? Oh, Shelton Benjamin made the save with a kick. Ooh, clothesline by Bobby. Headbutt. Well, Maria, we shall see. I don't know about MVP, though, but someone's got to take the pin. Oh, nice move by Ricochet. Ricochet do what he does best. I will say this has been a really good trios match. It doesn't feel like a squash match. There's a lot of physicality, and everybody's doing their part. What's Leona doing here? What's he going to do here? What's he going to do here? Oh, my God. Clothesline on to both Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin. Oh, man. And MVP's all alone in the ring. Let's see. MVP, he still got some fight in him. What's MVP going to do here? But nice save by Bishop Khan, targeting the knee of MVP. Oh my God, that was a blade. Man, that was a really signature pin. And your winners of this match is the Gates of Agony and Ricochet. That was an impressive victory by the Gates of Agony and Ricochet. And also, as I mentioned last night on WWT, it will help the Gates of Agony be serious contenders in that tag team division. I think that'll really help them as well. Congratulations to the Gates of Agony and Ricochet on picking up that win. Wow. That's oh, Maria, you wanted Ricochet and the Gates of Agony to win? Well, they got the win and they got the victory. I feel like there's still some left with all 6 of these men. And also very curious on what next steps are going to be. So we shall see. Because like I said, the Hurt Syndicate could challenge for the trios. I could see the Gates of Agony and Ricochet challenging for the trios belt against the Ops. So many layers. Some contenders there. But yeah, we shall see what happens there. Ricochet with the chair and the Gates of Agony. Back to the ring, and we do see Shelton Benjamin and Bobby Lashley helping MVP up because, they targeted his knee. I think this is the first time we see the Hurt Syndicate actually have level of competition. Because when they first came in, they thought they were dominant and everything else, but this is probably the first time that they're being challenged. And Ricochet's growth, he got some boys in to help out and even the odds. And then we see the beautiful scenery of Toronto, Canada. That's the site for AEW All Out. It's beautiful. It's the first event outside of the United States to host. And speaking of Toronto and everything else, we do have our first championship match, and we are kicking off with the ladies with the TBS championship match. We have the returning Rio, who is back after a year of absence, against the reigning champ Mercedes Moné. So it's definitely going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger of a match. I'm very looking forward to seeing Rio back. Maria, I don't disagree with that with Brodito, because I wouldn't mind seeing the Gates of Agony take the belts on them, but it's gonna be very interesting on the road to Rodina because they have the Fatal 4-Way match. Happening later on throughout the show in that Fatal 4-Way tag team ladder match. But I can see the Gates of Agony being in the mix as well. But also, it could be contenders for those trios belts. That's also another option. But I'm very happy. I am looking forward to this match in particular. I'm happy that Rio's back. Rio is the inaugural AEW Women's Champion. And if you recall, when Mercedes first came in last year to AEW, the first female she encountered backstage was Rio. She was the first person that encountered her backstage. And who would have thought a year later we would see these two ladies in action? It's definitely going to be a banger of a match. And Mercedes is this close on breaking Jade's record. Jade Cargill's record when she was TBS champion for 508 days. So Mercedes is around the 400 mark. She will break that leading up to AEW Wrestle Dream. Well, Maria, to be fair with Rio, because as I mentioned, you have to understand she was injured last year. And had to take care of a lot of personal things. That's why she wasn't around too. And plus, they had to figure out don't put her in a storyline or a match or anything else. So I'm very happy that she came back at 2300. That was a little bit of a surprise. But I'm really happy she's healthy. She looks ready to go. And also, as I mentioned, she's the inaugural AEW Women's Champion. So I would not sleep on her one bit. But we are just waiting on the rating AEW. Oh my God, AEW. We're waiting on the reigning TBS champion. But here's Mercedes. Oh, she has all these male models holding her belt. Wow. She has all male models holding all of her belts. Oh my God. That is crazy. Wow. I mean, hey, we've seen a lot of creative stuff. We've seen a lot of creative stuff happen. Hi, Aaron Teagle. Thank you for joining with me on this special edition of AEW All Out. Oh, 482 days. Like I said, she's almost there. Producer from the future called me. Nuts. I mean, to be fair, Boza, I think a lot of people, I don't want to say they point out the obvious, but I think people said the same thing where people thought Mercedes was going to beat Toni Storm at All in Texas. But it didn't happen. Toni ended up retaining. But here we go. We have our first championship defense happening right now. The TBS championship on the line. Rio taking on Mercedes Moné. Maria, with Mercedes, as I mentioned, no, because she's almost close on breaking Jade's record. I just can't see her losing. I just can't see her losing. I just can't see her losing the belt right before she breaks Jade's record. So Mercedes is going to keep her belt. Toni, she is up. She's in a tough water. She's in a tough place, Madam Timeless Toni Storm. But I do think she is going to retain. I think there is a lot of story to tell. And also with the fact, too, I would not be shocked if Toni Storm did drop the title by early next year. Because I don't have a problem with her being the longest reigning women's champion. I do see Toni retaining. I just don't want her to drop it just yet. I'd rather for it to be like meaningful and one-on-one. But I mean, Maria is true. Toni doesn't need to get pinned, but I'm just very curious on who's going to be the one to take on, because that's a big responsibility being women's champion. You got to take it to the next level and help elevate it. And we've seen AEW many times they didn't do it with Mariah May. They also didn't do it with Chris Statlander was TBS champion. So that's the thing I'm very nervous about. Yes, you would think the fatal four-way match, because I don't think if she doesn't get pinned, it ain't gonna hurt her. If she doesn't, if Toni doesn't get pinned, it's not gonna hurt her. I mean, she's a 4-time women's champion. I mean, Rio doing the CEO. I actually do like her opponents. She gets so furious when people do the CEO dance, because she's like, I can only do that. But it's pretty funny because we've seen Rio do it. We've seen Toni Storm do it. We've seen Mina Shirakawa do it. But it's cute. Oh, God. I do like the outfit Rio's wearing. Nice move. Kick on the jaw. Oh, and it looks like Mercedes hurt her jaw because she's covering her mouth. Oh, man. Onto the ribs. Onto the ribs. Yeah, Boza. I mean, look, she did underestimate. What's Rio doing? Oh, she's on the announcer table. Oh, what's she doing? Oh, is she doing it again? Man, she hit her on the ribs. Oh my goodness, poor Mercedes. Oof. I mean, she's taking a lot of gruesome bumps, but whew. Oh my goodness. Mm. Ooh, nice hurricanrana by Rio. Oh my god, she hit her right in the jaw. Even Brian Danielson's impressed with Rio. I think so too. I think this is probably the best time Mercedes has had because she's traveling all over the world. She's getting all the different belts, something that she couldn't do with WWE during that time in the previous regime because that would have been a conflict of interest. But I think she's having the time of her life. And she ended up finding romance within AEW. So that is a plus as well. She ended up finding romance with the Beast Mortals. So I think Mercedes is having the time of her life. I mean, so, and I think Mercedes is upset that Rio's outshining her. So that's why she is caught around the ring, Ampered. She doesn't like anybody hogging the spotlight. She only wants her. I'm just waiting for Mercedes to go on Hinge because she should have been on Hinge right after All in Texas. Because the minute Renee brought up that loss, you could saw the look on Mercedes' face. I'm just waiting for her to go on Hinge. Oh my goodness, that was a nasty hit. But don't worry, I'm waiting for Mercedes to go on Hinge. It's going to happen sooner than you think. Yeah, but I think it's going to be sooner than you think. She's going to go on Hinge. It's just only a matter of time. I think she may go on Hinge. The minute she drops that CBS title, that's when she's going to go on Hinge.
A step slower here tonight. She can't afford to move slowly against somebody like Rio, who's got these lightning quick reflexes. All she needs, Rio, is 3 seconds. Yeah,
I know, Boza. You would think with Tony Storm, but don't worry. Tony brings it up too. I mean, look, I know everybody's not making it a big deal, but I still think that's a good win. But I'm gonna keep celebrating her. And I think Tony will probably bring that up sooner than you think, because she is the only woman to give Mercedes Bonet a clean pin. So she can brag about that in the coming months. But let's see. She's putting her in a submission hold. Ooh. Oh, man. That's a super painful submission hold. Yeah, that's a painful submission hold she has on her. Kick out by Rio.
Hence why she has just a plethora of championships. You see why this lady's tremendous. Yeah, she's unbelievable. Stepping out to the knees.
I guess the crowd's going half and half. Half of them cheer for Rio, half of them are saying CEO. No, that has to be a nasty submission hold. But Rio broke it. What? That was really cool. Ooh, she's hammering on the knee.
Trying to wear out that knee of the champion.
Mercedes is yelling no when Rio's grabbing her knee. Oh my goodness. Oh, in an unusual spot. But Rio, but the submission hold is broke. Ooh, nice move by Rio. Oh! She put Mercedes in her own submission hold. That would be pretty funny if she did lose on her own submission hold. That would be pretty funny. And this is for the TBS title, by the way, folks.
Yeah, and Rio's got her with great leverage right now. She could potentially roll her back to the center. That's what I'm saying.
Kick out by Rio.
That's the waistlock. Mercedes sent in. Contadora. Targeted the midsection of Mercedes. This is a resilient attack on the midsection of Mercedes. It's been very effective for Rio. Ryan Rio's got a lot of options here. She can go for the leg, go for the ribs. Yeah, I go back to that single leg grab if I were her. Because that's also, especially with the damage that she's done to the ribs, midsection.
The fans are chanting, let's go Rio. And it's hard to believe after this, we have 5 matches left of All Out Toronto. And also make sure after this, WrestlePalooza will be happening tonight at 7 p.m. We're supposed to be having a watch along. I don't know who's handling that watch along, but just make sure to follow on the ESPN app with WrestlePalooza. There's been a lot of coverage happening. Just want to put a friendly reminder there. Oh, nice move by Rio, and it hit Mercedes in the back of her head.
Pressure on the shoulders there by Rio. It's hard when you're that light. You really have to cover all your bases with the pins. She never had a clasp on the dragon on the full Nelson. She just grabbed the front deltoids and launched back. Well done by Rio. Well, Mercedes catching Rio in the ropes. The high kick. Mercedes on the ascent, but it was Rio just trying to bait her in.
Ooh, she slapped her in the face. Nice suplex. And then there should be 3. Number 4. Eddie Guerrero. She's channeling Eddie Guerrero because that's one of her favorite wrestlers growing up.
Mercedes hammering down with the boot. On the ascent, could be Mercedes' chance to deliver foot stomps here. Yeah, I'm interested to see what Mercedes is going to go for here.
Nice counter by Rio.
Yeah, also Rio's placement, she was really close to the turnbuckle. And once again, potential rib injury coming into play, especially with the knees coming out from Rio. Absolutely. Tough to breathe when that happens, but Mercedes is furious that she got a little zealous. Crashed it down there. Mercedes hung up in the corner. And by Rio. Nice. After the miss, and Rio on the climb. Gets her footing on the top, and Rio.
Ooh, that was a nasty, nasty hit on the ribs. Kick out made by Mercedes.
Remains champion for the moment at least. Rio, though, with the upper hand in this TBS championship contest. Yeah, Rio's wrestling a great match. Northern Lights suplex, block, Mercedes. The one bar, and now. Oh, wow! Sunset flip powerbomb into the corner, and Mercedes not done yet.
Oof, not done yet.
Did you hear
think she'll wrap up this. Kick out made by Rio.
And you can just hear Rio's head just hit the back of that turnbuckle. Well, you can see the frustration in the face of the champion. The vicious to his point there. Tough shot to the back of the head there.
That was a very nasty hit that Rio took.
The frustration on the face turned to rage and anger on Monet. And the momentum has shifted here in favor of the champion. Mercedes not moving with a tremendous sense of urgency, Brian. Well, I don't think it's that. I think it's all the work that Rio's done on her midsection. I think it's hard. Mercedes usually has an endless gas tank. I kind of wonder if all that work with those double foot stumps is making it hard for Mercedes.
Oh, here comes Rio. She has a submission hold, but oh my goodness. And Mercedes trying to hold on, but look at Rio's trying to get her arm, but she grabs the arm from under the ropes.
Excellent net sense by the champion to break that hold. And unfortunate circumstances for Rio, because it's not like she placed her there. She was countering that double knees that Mercedes does. Just a little too close to the ropes for the challenger. It's easy to armchair quarterback from here and say Rio should have dragged it to the middle first, but you're in mid-motion of an attack. I don't blame Rio for what she did. Yeah, and also, strength isn't a big part of Rio's game. And pulling out Mercedes to the center would have been, would have taken a lot of energy. Mercedes.
Ooh, nice counter. There's Rio, German suplex. Kick out by Mercedes.
Mercedes able to kick out with Rio now. That's a suplex match. I was really impressed with the bridge.
Here's Rio.
Totally agree with you, man.
Cross body.
It wasn't just the bridge, it was the technique, man. That Rio hit the throw with. She's going Roblox here, boys. I like suplex one.
Kick out made by Mercedes.
That type of bridge. And that suplex there not only affects the ribs from hitting the mat on the back, but then the shoulders. What's this?
What's the ref do? What does Mercedes do? Oh! She got a thumb to the eyes of the referee. Well, that was a heel tactic right there, because we never seen that from Mercedes. We never seen her do that. Oh, that was a miss. Yeah, the moneymaker. 1, 3. Yeah, she got the referee and your winner, and still TBS. You would thought she would get a DQ, but your winner and still TBS champion, as I said, Mercedes Moné, because she is that close on beating Jade's record, and she'll be the longest reigning TBS champion. So she's almost there. I think Excalibur has a point, because you really thought Rio had the best of her, but look at the replay again where she had the referee. She grabbed the referee by the tights and then thumped in the eye to Rio. I'm just saying, but I know, Boza, you won't hear the end of it from Ced, but like I said, she's going to break Jade's record. Alex Windsor is going to be the one to dethrone her for TBS champion. It's just a matter of time, because I know her man had surgery this past week. So we will see Alex Windsor conquer it. So, and I'm just waiting for Alex Windsor to come back, because hopefully we should see her back on television very soon. And she says, well, she says she's CEO for the reason. Hey, look, like her or hate her, she got 9 belts. Can't take that away from her. I think this was a fun side mission while Alex is helping. Yep. So I think Alex Windsor, once everything gets taken care of, Alex will be fine. But we go from the TBS title to the AEW Unified Championship 3-way match. We have Kinosuke Takeshita, Kazuchika Okada, and Mascara Dorada from CMLL in a triple threat match. And also, we got to hear from that creep Don Callis. Yippee. Yippee. I got to hear from Don Callis. Yeah, I know. It's the first time for him because the Don Callis family has a big they have a big night for this. They have 2 members of the family in this match. They also have Josh Alexander and Hechicero in that fatal 4-way tag team ladder match for the AEW tag team titles. And obviously we know Kyle Fletcher will be going up against Hangman Adam Page for the AEW World Heavyweight title. But it's going to be a good match, a triple threat. I picked Okada to retain because I do still believe Takeshita is going to be the one to dethrone Okada because Okada has not lost. He has not had a pinfall loss since he's been in AEW. And if anybody can give him a loss, it's Takeshita. But this is going to be a banger. But here comes Mascara Dorada from CMLL. And I believe he competed last night on CMLL's PLE last night. So, yeah, he was doing double duty. MJF was doing double duty. And also feel free to put in the channel who you guys got in this triple threat match. You have Mascara Dorada, Kazuchika Okada, or Konosuke Takeshita. Where's Takeshita? Got a nice good standing ovation. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Takeshita has to be the one to take it 1-on-1, but nice standing ovation for Takeshita. Oh boy. I gotta hear that creep on commentary. Oh yay! Don Callis is on commentary. Oh joy. Don Callis said Moneyball in this. Moneyball. Okay. I don't think their patients are gonna run thin, Boza. I think they're gonna be fine with Don Callis. I think when it comes down to the main event, then it's gonna be interesting. But here comes the reigning AEW Unified Champion. Here comes Okada coming to the ring. It's gonna be a banger of a match.
tournament wrestler in professional wrestling history in Okada. I think Okada is fantastic. I think Takeshita is fantastic. And if anybody saw the Master of Dorada against Beast Mortos match with Dynamite, he's fantastic as well. He really is, and he has a great opportunity, Dorada, in this thing. And Dorada, because of the issues between Takeshita and Okada. Yeah, Taz, I was going to touch on those issues that we've seen percolating over the last few weeks. It seems like, well, Inosuke Takeshita and Kazuchika Okada think of themselves at the top of the food chain, the apex of the Never Dallas family.
And here we go. We have this triple threat match. Ooh, nice Dorada.
Takeshita, he has Dorada is really phenomenal. He's excellent. Dorada, I mean, he's had a very punishing schedule. You mentioned the match this past Wednesday on Dynamite Prime, but of course he was competing in Arena, Mexico less than 24 hours ago as well for CMLL. So his third match in just a few days. Whereas Takeshita coming into relatively fresh. Yeah, but he's young. He can handle it. Look at that. Really amazing. Yeah, Takeshita went right into the boot of Gerard. Yeah, Takeshita smartly using the rope. Yeah, but pretty good that pin combination, Brian. Yeah, a very intelligent move by Takeshita. Taz, remember, this is not elimination. First fall to the finish. So that means it's Gerard. It's Takeshita or vice versa. I would lose the champion. Oh, yeah, that's the point I was trying to make earlier at the tippy top of the match, where Gerard has an opportunity here because of the tension between Takeshita and Okada to steal the proverbial one, you know, that type of thing. That's kind of what I was envisioning with Gerard. Yeah, what do you make of some of the hits we've seen of dissension between Takeshita and Okada, Don? I think, like me, Brian, you understand Japanese wrestling culture. You have a senpai, which is the older, more experienced wrestler, and a kohai, which is his young boy, if you want to call it that. They can't get away from that. That's part of
I'm watching.
You see as dissension, I see as just healthy competition. Don, you were the one that dubbed Takeshita the Alpha. Just like there can't be more than one best, there can't be more than one Alpha.
They're saying F. Don Callis. That's funny.
Here's the thing. You have an Alpha, you have the best tournament.
And the funny part about it is he's from Canada, so
I agree with that. You just don't want me to have so many great wrestlers, Excalibur. That's ridiculous. Gerard turning things on to Takeshita. I think my face. Oh! Look to the jaw of Okada. I'm not sure it was intended, but it's still the way. Gerard. It's incredible. Speechless. Gerard. Up to the ropes, up to the top. It's a work on Okada, but yeah. Great job, Okada. Athleticism with that drop kick. Watch out. Straight one. Got to work on Okada. Take it down. Retreats the outside. Master of Gerard. Taking down both members of the Don Callis family. And we saw some friendly fire. Not so friendly fire. Two family members. Now Okada and Takeshita working together. That guy is unbelievable. He's got a count for a counter. Now, wait a second. Miscalculation there by Master of Gerard.
oh my goodness, Buster. Hi, the real TJP. Thank you for joining. As I mentioned, yes, WrestlePalooza will be later tonight at 7 p.m. and you can watch it on the ESPN app.
And it's smart of Takeshita to get him in the ring instead of leaving him on the rampage, Dorada, and work on his neck. Yeah, but I think, Okada's still around. Takeshita's got to watch out for Okada. I mean, I think he should have pressed the advantage more rather than going into this hole, which is punishing. But you're not going to finish the match with that against Master Dorada. Would you agree, Brian, that Okada is one of the smartest wrestlers you've ever seen in your career. Yes, 100%. If not the smartest wrestler, very strategic in my career. Kazuchika Okada, as I said, greatest tournament wrestler alive, 4G wins. And he just got rocked by Takeshita. And I think that was a smile on the face of Takeshita, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of enjoyed that. Friendly taunting. But Okada, 4 G1 Climax wins, Continental Classic victory last year. Takeshita. Just weeks ago now.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to see Takeshita in the Continental Classic this year. Takeshita had a tremendous run in the G1 this year. Very impressive. We're all very happy for him. Was Okada happy? Yeah, of course. Oh, Takeshita won 4 of them. What's on the brakes? Oh, Tijeras. Countered out of the Blue Thunder Bomb. Did master Dorada. Now the drop kick for the chest to catch to the floor. Dorada very sturdy. Momentum now. Look. Sweeps up the legs. We're smarter, not harder. On the ring, Okada.
Let me turn on my light.
Mom?
Okay. Definitely much better because it's starting to get a little dark around my area because it's 5 o'clock here. But look at that. The stare down between Okada and Takeshita. Thumb to the eyes to Takeshita. Because like I said, Takeshita's gonna be the one to dethrone him, but it has to be one-on-one. And it's gonna backfire on that little creep. Question is, who is willing to take the pinfall? That is the question. And Danielson knows because he faced off against Okada many times. I know, Bosa. It's interesting starting off. Well, actually, not really, because 3 p.m. But also, it's okay. You just have to adjust your day because obviously we know when like AEW goes overseas, they have to do like a 1 o'clock start time. So we're used to that. Or like with WWE in the past, if it was in Australia or overseas, they would have to do it in a different time zone. So it's very interesting. But I ain't complaining. I'm okay with that because I was actually checking out the socials because obviously with All Out, but also seeing WWE, seeing some of the stars arrive. Like obviously, oh, nice move by Dorada. Nice Hurricanrana. And the fans love him. They're on their feet. Oh man, nice move onto Okada. He's gonna do it again to Takeshita. Looks down both, and he got the crowd. He got the energy of the crowd on their feet. Wow, he's really fun to watch. They're saying lucha. Who doesn't love lucha wrestling? Who doesn't love lucha libre? Let's see, what's he doing right here? Ooh, that's a nasty landing. Kick out made by Okada.
Yeah, you can see this tough landing for Okada, but not enough to get the victory. Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Ooh, that was a nasty, nasty move on the neck. And look at the welts on Okada's chest. Look at those welts.
That really served him in that instance. Took a bunch of punishment. Scoop, the slam, and potentially the elbow drop from the Rainmaker. Okada is always in the moment. He doesn't worry about moves that he hasn't tried yet. Look at that. The elbow drop on target.
And what's he gonna do here? Yeah, you see the welts on his chest. Oh yeah, giving a signature to the fans. All right, Daniel saying that long middle finger, giving a middle finger to. And we see Okada and Takeshita go into blows. Rainmaker. No. 2. Kick out made by Okada. Yeah.
Oftentimes you'll see Takeshita using both legs to cover the shoulders when he does the blue thunder bomb. He wasn't able to get it there. Okada down. Takeshita, he can sense Hasker around.
And the fans are chanting, "This is awesome."
But instead, out of the ring thrust kick. Oh, Takeshita. Takeshita ate that thrust kick for lunch since Dorada. And now.
Kick out by Takeshita. It's actually a good match.
The neck definitely bent, but the shoulder of Takeshita, it was his left shoulder, really hit the mat extremely hard. A brutal landing. But now Masco Dorada to the top. Could be thinking for WWT.
Okada made the save. And it's crazy. This is our second championship match that it's defended. And we have the AEW women's title. We have the AEW tag team titles. And we have the AEW World Heavyweight Championship match. And we also have the coffin match. So that's like 4 matches we have left. Which actually is not that bad. And it's almost 5:30. But I have a feeling it's going to pretty much segue into WrestlePalooza, which is not that bad. Just have to take a break, refresh your beverage, get everything else, and then get ready for WrestlePalooza. But before I do want to thank everybody for joining on this watch along. I know it was an unusual time, but thank you to all of you for joining. And what's going on here? Wow! Double Hurricanrana by Dorada. Kick out made by Okada. Kick out made by Takeshita. That move was crazy. That was insanity. This doesn't make this pay-per-view. I don't think this is going to be for 6 hours. I think it'll probably be at normal time. I just can't see it for 6 hours. I feel like since it was like all in Texas, I feel like, okay, they can go nuts on it. their biggest one of the year. It's the same with WrestleMania. They could go all out for this, but I think for this one in particular, they'll stick by like the regular time. And look at that. Look at the two of them staring at each other. Oh my God. Just blows. You know, it's funny. When the punches, people are booing Okada, but they're cheering for Takeshita. There's Okada. There's Takeshita. Ooh, nice counter by Takeshita. Oof. But he's not doing it. He's going to do it. Oof. Takeshita, he's just fighting. And look at Dorada. He's just like going in the ring. He's like running around, but get in the ring. Danielson said he do it. I gotta do like a Vita commentary. He's funny. I'm just waiting for him and Nigel to be on the same commentary team because I just want to see how their interactions are. Ooh, nice save by Dorada. And is he gonna do it right here? Kick out made by both men. That would be insane. Look at Dorada. Look at everybody. Look at the crowd on their feet. Oh, man. Ooh, a kick. And he's staring right at Okada.
All three men down. What is it going to take to win this match? I don't know, Brian. I might have fought Takeshita. I might have just done a Dorado there. I don't know why he went for Okada. You know why? He wants to beat his senpai. Don't make business personal. That's what I tell these guys.
The fans, even the fans approve of this.
Here in Toronto, witnessing this phenomenal three-way match for the AEW Unified Championship. And Taz, at this point of the match, I think it's anybody's game. Definitely is. Even Steven right across, right down the middle. Elbows being delivered around the triangle. And now, all three men up to their feet. Yeah, I'm Dorada. I don't want to take place in this. I don't want to take part in this strike exchange. Dorada doing some movement. Get a bit of bravado on Dorada. Trying to stay toe-to-toe with these two heavy hitters. But Dorada not backing down, Brian. Oh, he's gone down the side. Down, yeah. Rainmaker.
Oh my God. I have to say, this match is really insane. This is really a hard-hitting match.
And now Master Dorada. It's his footing.
Let's see. What's it gonna do right here? Is Takeshita really gonna do this?
The legs swept out. You can see the heavy breathing from Master Dorada. His chest was pumping after all that oxygen driven out of his lungs. And the superplex. Takeshita hangs on. Raging fire.
Is he gonna do it right here? Takeshita. Is he gonna do it? Here comes Okada. Rainmaker. Ooh, that was a nasty elbow punch. I don't think Don Callis doesn't know what to do. Rainmaker. That has to be it. Your winner of this match and still champion, Kazuchika Okada. And I do think, like I said, him and Takeshi are going to go one-on-one. Takeshita's going to be the one to give him his first loss and be champion. But so far, it's been a really good, solid event. It's been a good one so far. And, oh, God, we see this creep. But it won't be the last time we see Don Callis, unfortunately, because his other members of the family will be in the AEW Tag Team Title Fatal 4-Way Ladder Match. But also Kyle Fletcher getting an opportunity against Hangman Adam Page. Well, and I think this is going to further a lot of tension between these two because I feel like if you've seen the tension, it's going to be something. So we're going to see a lot more of the storyline developing, especially with the Continental Classic happening towards the end of the year. It's going to be a lot of layers. But congratulations to Kazuchika Okada retaining. And it was a good match. And this was the second championship title match we had so far. And we got 4 matches left, which is crazy. And it's after 5:30. So. But overall, it's been a really good event. Yep. It's been there for over a year. Even before like Okada joined the Don Callis family, there's been tension that's been teasing a little bit. But congratulations to all 3 participants. It's been a really, really good match. Look at Okada. He says, I'm the champ. Bring it on. Well, and it's funny. He is still undefeated, and he has not lost yet. Oh, and they talked about this past Wednesday on Dynamite ahead of the coffin match. Brian Danielson made a promise to Darby Allin that he was not going to interfere in the coffin match. He was not going to interfere. I call BS on that because I think, yeah. Yeah, but I can't see it being too long. It's probably 15, 20 minutes, so it's not that bad. But Wow, up next, we got the coffin match. So obviously, of course, the main event is going to be Hangman versus Kyle Fletcher, obviously. So it's a coffin match. I don't think Bryan Danielson's going to stay away because we already know what happened last year at WrestleTree. He still has nightmares. I want to know what Bryan Danielson said in Darby Allin's ear. But it's going to be very interesting with this coffin match. I picked Darby to win, but pretty much it's going to be pretty much 6-1 because you have to think. Yeah. Well, both of that's in October because last year Wrestle Dream was in October. So it was early October, but it's almost a year. It's almost a year, as you would say. But yeah, so hey, Victoria, thank you for joining on this chat with me on a special live edition of AEW All Out. And it's been a pretty good card so far in Toronto. We're getting you ready because we have a double header. We have AEW All Out Toronto, and then we have WrestlePalooza happening later tonight on the ESPN app. Not sure if we're doing a watch along. Not sure, but I know I'm doing the watch on for AEW All Out. And we are getting ready for a coffin match between Jon Moxley and Darby Allin. Pretty much it's going to be 6-1 because I can see everybody from the Death Riders coming out and creating havoc and everything else. But it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay, Boza. You were that close, but it was Wrestle Dream last October that it happened. But oh boy, it's gonna be very interesting. But we're just waiting on Jon Moxley. But yeah, technically, it's pretty much 6-1 for Darby. It is pretty much. Here's Jon Moxley with Marina Shafir. Because we saw her earlier on the tailgate with Daniel Garcia taking on Shibata, and she stuck her nose where it didn't belong in that match. And Daniel Garcia got the victory. And obviously we know Daddy Magic was on commentary and Nigel McGuinness, and they were kind of turning their heads a bit like, what's going on? Like, what's going on here? Oh, Victoria, they will. Darby just needs to help out some friends. I'm trying to think because Eddie Kingston just came back, but it looks like he's going to be with Hook. The Ops still have unfinished business with the Death Riders. Darby Allin is not wasting time. He's like, screw it, I'm just going to kick you. Darby, look at the trash can. Darby Allin's like, I'm just gonna F you up, sir. Yep, that's the only way to place your opponent in this match. Oh my god. That's why Darby needs to get some friends to help out the rest of the Death Riders because you know they're gonna stuck their nose in it doesn't belong. And oh my god, what's Darby gonna do? Coffin drop! Coffin drop! Is there anything Darby Allin can't do? You can't say nothing about it. The man just climbed Mount Everest and he said he almost died. Well, he saw people dying, but he survived. So you really can't say nothing about him. My God, look at the replay. Coffin drop. But this is Darby Allin. What do you expect from this is what he does. This is what he does. This is what he does, and this is what he do. But like I said, it's pretty much gonna be 5-6-1 because don't be shocked if you see the rest of the Death Riders coming in. Oof, Darby trying. They're fighting through the stands. Oh my god. Them two are just going in stand. Oh my god. That's the one thing I can't stand when I go to wrestling events. It's like people have their phones out and trying to take a photo. I'm like, guys, there's a match happening at present time. Put your phone away or else it's going to get destroyed. That should be a PSA to all wrestling events. And especially if you're like in the barricade in the front row, put your phone away so it won't get broken. Or just be like Grayson Waller who took the phone from a fan's hand and destroyed it. Darby. Oh boy. I'm very curious because as I mentioned, we did not have a blood and guts happen yet. But it's a possibility we could see this in either Wrestle Dream or Full Gear if it's not on a Dynamite. And you have the Death Riders in one quarter. Obviously, Moxley, Yuta, Claudio, Gabe. Depending on what happens to Pac, depending on what happens. And then obviously you have Daniel Garcia and Marina Shafir in that corner. Then you have to figure out for Darby, like, who are you going to have? But as I was saying, for one side, it's the Death Riders. For the other side, ugh. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like the ladies can get blood and guts, but that's gonna really suck because Willow I still think Willow needs to kick Marina Shafir's ass. She needs to get a beating. Darby, please don't bleed on us. He's bleeding! Moxley's here! Oh my god! I guess payback from what happened. At Forbidden Door, where he jammed a fork in his ear hole. Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. I can't blame Darby. Oh my god. Oh, Darby. But as I was saying, for Blood and Guts, I mean the ladies obviously, because this has been a lot of chaos. But for the men's side, you have the Death Riders, and then you have to think like, who is it going to be? Like, Darby's going to be there. Possibly you could throw in the ops in there, depending what's going on with Hook. I know. Yeah, I know. Like, they should have been had a match. But you know what? Because I just thought of something, Boza. Do not be shocked if Wheeler Yuta comes in during the Fatal 4-Way Women's match. Do not be shocked. Like, do not be shocked. Because I feel like if you notice, what does he have for the Death Riders? John Moxley's like, what's this coffin? What is this? Like, what is this? It's funny they have one specifically for the Death Riders. It's pretty. That's pretty dope. That is very, very dope. Oh my god! Darby Allin just leaped into the case, but it's not done yet. Match isn't over yet. But like I said, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I could see Wheeler Yuta coming in, and don't be shocked if Marina Shafir comes in as well during that match, because like it could be so. Darby, he's pulling his nose, Moxley, and Moxley's used to bleeding. Moxley's used to bleeding anyway, so. But like I said, don't be shocked if Wheeler Yuta doesn't come in this match. I could see him coming in during the Fatal 4-Way match, because if you saw last week, Wheeler Yuta apparently inserted himself in that eight women tag match that happened this past week. Ooh, nice counter by Jon Moxley. Yeah, Wheeler Yuta inserted himself in there and then he left. So you got to be very cautious on this. And even that can add another layer to Willow and Marina Shafir, because if I jokingly said he bleeds. Yeah, that is true. Nothing's over till you're underground. That's the words of Darby. I guess that's Darby Allin's custom. And oh my God, they're really trying to just destroy him. So, but yeah, we shall see on that. Ooh, nasty one on Darby Allin. But it's interesting because if Chris Statlander aligns herself with the Death Riders, Willow's gonna. Oh, and see, I told you this was gonna be 6-on-1. You see Daniel Garcia, you see Claudio, you see that little runt Wheeler Yuta. You probably see Gabe Kidd happening in this match. I said it was gonna be 6-on-1, 6-on-1. Wait, see. Danielson, I know he said he promised he was not going to interfere in his match. I know he said he made a promise, but I call BS on that, because there's no way Bryan Danielson's just going to sit there, especially with the fact they destroyed him in his home state at Wrestle Dream last year. Man, this is pretty much, it's pretty much 6. Well, if you include Gabe in that, if you include Gabe Kidd, it's like 5-6-on-1. Poor guy. Darby needs him out for some friends. Where is my freshly squeeze when you need him? Where's the rest of the Death Riders?
Oh, you had it already?
So it looks like Maria Shafir.
Put it in the recycling.
I guess he told the rest of the Death Riders to go in the back. He told Marina and the rest of the Death Riders to go in the back. A shocker. Because usually that never happens. And I guess he wants to destroy Darby Allin on his own. Interesting. But I still think it's very fishy, and I do smell shenanigans. And Darby's hand hit the coffin door.
Appreciate it. Nah, you know that burger you ate?
I wait for Boss Man to be so pissed he orders. I mean, that could happen. I mean, hey, Marina Shafir took many hits. She took the Blade Runner by Jay White. She took a house call by Swerve. And she took a buckshot lariat by Hangman Adam Page. So it's going to be very interesting. Did he just give him a kiss on the forehead? Moxley gave a kiss on the forehead, thinking like this was his last one. Oh boy. Oh boy. I guess John.
called
For the record, Darby Allin really had coffin drop. Oh my god. Yeah, I saw what Darby did. I've seen many gruesome moments happen in AEW, but we saw a tables and tax match, and we saw this. They got this is the only gruesome match we have. This is the only gruesome match that we have. All right, he's got to get him in the coffin. I'm surprised he takes all the way. But look at Bryan Danielson. He's looking at the commentator's desk and he's cheering for Darby to win. He does not want to get it. He slammed that coffin door on his head. Oh my goodness. Oh, he got that move from Sting. I know Sting, wherever Sting is, I know he's retired. He's enjoying his appearances during his retirement tour, but I know Sting is probably one proud friend. Ooh, and it looks like, I hope Moxley didn't break any of his fingers. He has a pipe in his hand. That is a pipe. Oh, not today. Bryan Danielson's loving it. Like, give it. Is that a fork? I guess payback for Forbidden Door. Oh God, he's going with a fork. I guess he wanted to do that from Forbidden Door. You knew it was gonna be good, and he bit him on his ear. Oh God. I know Renee is looking backstage like, oh my goodness. She is thinking in the back of her mind, like, my husband, really? Eddie Foster, murder. Trust me, you thought that was gruesome. You should have saw what happened at Forbidden Door in the Lights Out section match, and when Kyle Fletcher jammed a screwdriver onto Dustin Rhodes' knee. That was gruesome. And also what happened last year at All Out, where a syringe was jammed into Swerve's mouth when he had his match against Hangman. I could go on and on and on. And also what happened earlier with that tables and thumbtacks match with Mark Briscoe and MJF. I'm not going to say it's murder, but you should know these are the kind of matches that Darby and Mox live for. Ugh, that was gruesome to watch. I mean, I like wrestling, but when they take it too gruesome, well, Moxley threw Darby into the coffin. Let's see. Oh, the coffin door didn't close. He has the pipe. He's choking him on the neck.
I'll tell you, watch all that blood come out. Is that real blood?
Oh my goodness. Look at Bryan Danielson, that little sticky little thing. He gave him a bag. And what is, oh my God, that's a plastic bag. That's what he did. That's what they did to Bryan Danielson last year. And he wants to make him suffocate. Oh my God. He's He's making him suffocate the same way he did with Bryan Danielson last year at Wrestle Dream. Code Red. Bryan Danielson's yelling, do it, do it, do it. Man, he wants to suffocate him. Well, he did. He said he was going to vow to do it, but he's going to need an army of people to do that. He can't do it on his own. He's getting the kicks in. Bryan Danielson's even cheering from the sideline on announcing. Even though he's on a part-time basis, but he's just joined the commentary team. And the fans are chanting, this is awesome. Oh, man. Whoa. That's Pac. He's back. He is back.
Excuse me. What do you put your dirty clothes in?
He is back. And you know, it's funny. First it was Gabe Kidd and now Pac. And we haven't seen Pac since earlier this year when he faced off against Swerve Strickland in that nasty knee injury. And he threw him. Oh, man. He threw him off the top. And you hear Danielson yelling, telling him, Darby, get up! Darby, get up! And you can see it cut his hair. He cut his hair. Moxley always has some tricks up his sleeves. I don't know what they're saying. The fans want. Yep, that's why he wanted the other sleeve and wanted the sleeves to really think about it.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Now he's putting him in a body bag. He's putting him in a body bag. Put him in a body bag. And look, Moxley giving the charge and oh boy. And your winner of this coffin match, Jon Moxley. Yeah, folks, we're a few steps closer away from a blood and guts match. Now, yeah, I mean, Pac came back. It's going to be very interesting because mostly it's like 5-on-1, 6-on-1. Well, here comes Marina Shafir, and I'm pretty sure the rest of the Death Riders will be clanging by. I know this is going to sound crazy, but the last time Darby was in a coffin match against Jack Perry and it was almost on fire, Sting made an appearance. Now, I'm not saying Sting's going to come back for this one, but I'm just saying if they do any more damage to the coffin with Darby in it, that's going to be very interesting to watch because I could see Sting making another surprise appearance because we have seen that happen. But where are they taking the coffin with Darby? Yeah, it's pretty much 6-on-1. But yeah, Darby Allin's in the coffin. Yeah, 3-2. And that's his specialty. Now, I don't know what they're going to do to him afterwards. And Moxley chanting, this is all his fault. I was like, I don't think this is his fault. This is your fault. He really wants Darby Allin dead. I don't know where they're going to take him, but this is where. I think Bryan Danielson doesn't have any worries, and it's gonna be very interesting on who Darby's gonna recruit. Yeah, they got numbers. And you also got to throw in Gabe Kidd in too. You got to throw in Gabe Kidd because he is coming as well. But yes, Eddie, my main squeeze, freshly orange Cassidy. He's gonna be back. It's just a matter of time of when he's gonna make an appearance. It's only a matter of time because he's coming back. I think Jay White should be coming back soon. So Darby is gonna have some reinforcements. I mean, obviously, of course, he'll have the ops with him, obviously. But I think he's going to need some help with Orange Cassidy. Yep, he is a member. So it's just, oh, and the conglomeration. Look, it's a conglomeration. Piece of garbage. Oh, Don Callis. I think the conglomeration is going to be helping with the Don Callis family. And Hologram is still undefeated, by the way.
What?
Oh my god! Is he gonna come back Wednesday? No way! Is he really gonna come back Wednesday? Oh my god. Freshly squeezed?
Oh, God.
Oh my god! I'm gonna have a fun Dynamite this Wednesday on my watch along. And it's gonna be in Pittsburgh, by the way. I'm sorry, Eddie Foster. I'm sorry, but freshly squeezed. Oh my god. Woo! Oh my god, I'm gonna have a fun Dynamite this week. Oh my god. But up next, my two of my ladies of the hour, Jamie Hayter, Toni Storm, in the fatal 4-match for the AEW Women's title. Oh, and this is the video that Toni Storm came out because it's been a while since she did a feature film. It's going to be a banger of a match. Wednesday on Dynamite. Freshly squeezed. Oh my god. Freshly squeezed. Woo! Orange Cassidy. Well, and it's funny.
Your music be so loud.
Whew.
Down.
That is Toni Storm's feature, 4 Ways to Die. But this is definitely going to be a fun fatal 4-way match. Like I said, do not be shocked when Wheeler Yuta comes in during this match. but it's going to be a fun fatal 4-way. I'm really excited. And after this, we have 2 matches left. We have the tag team titles, and we have the AEW World Heavyweight Championship match. So I would say it's been pretty good. A little bit of a run over for All Out getting into WrestlePalooza, but that's okay. It's not that bad. 15, 20 minutes. Whew. I'm sorry, but I know the conglomeration's having issues with the Don Callis family, but Orange Cassidy, sir, no disrespect, you don't need to be with Don Callis. You need to help Darby Allin with the Death Riders, sir. You need to help him, but I'm just still like, what? Oh my goodness. Oof. I'm very curious on who Darby's going to recruit. And we're going to have a blood and guts match. We're going to have a blood and guts. Whew. It has been a very interesting day at All Out in Toronto. Oh, it looks like Chris Statlander changed her theme song. And that's good. I'm happy she did. She changed her theme song. Yeah. And there's Jamie Hayter. I'm not gonna lie, she does look like Daphne from Scooby-Doo with that hair, but I want her to really go in a darker route, give me vibes of Jim Morrison and the Doors. That's what I need. And turn up the haterade. Mm-hmm. This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And we're just waiting on the champ. And there she is, the reigning and defending AEW Women's Champion, my gal of the hour, Timeless Toni Storm. She does look a little bit like Bet. She does look like Bet. Yeah. I was going to say with the hair, she does look like Bette Midler with that hair. It's just the hair. But she does look fabulous. And you know, it's funny because hey, who? Hey, I see a guy putting a middle finger onto Toni Storm. I know, Voza, she looks like it, but I think it's the hair that made her look like Bette Midler. But I appreciate that guy giving the middle finger to Toni Storm. Turd. See? Look at that little runt wheeler Yuta. Do not be shocked if he tries to interfere in this match. I'm just waiting for what Jamie. I kind of want. I know. It's like, excuse me. What's that little runt? Get him out of here. Get that little runt out of here. And it's interesting, too, that Dynamite is going to be in Pittsburgh this week. Now, I don't know about OC, but there's another person we haven't seen in a while, and that is Dr. Britt Baker, who hails from Pittsburgh. I'm just saying, it's a possibility she may, because we haven't seen her in a while. She has taken some time off to really rest. But I'm it would be very interesting to see her back in her hometown of Pittsburgh. But here we go. They had the fatal 4-way match. Feel free to put in the chat on who you guys got. Much as I love Jamie Hayter, I'm definitely going with Toni Storm to still be champion because I do think there's a lot more story to tell, especially with Jamie Hayter and Toni, with the fact that they do have a lot of story that they could tell, and they could really make a storyline, a top storyline in this women's division that's not named Mercedes. Yeah, me neither. I mean, like I said, I had Toni retaining, but I'd be happy either way for this match. And also, Toni doesn't have to take the pin. I mean, she should return. I would be very surprised if Dr. Britt Baker did make a return. And I mean, she's in Pittsburgh. Nice DDT by Toni Storm. Yep, all three. And also with the fact, too, Tekla has not had a pinfall loss, since she's been in AEW. And I do see her being in that bubble for the AEW women's title picture. And also, Jamie Hayter and Tekla still have issues. And I would like to see them go one-on-one somewhere down the line, because that would be a really good match. Ooh, Chris Statlander. Look at Tekla. That's why they call her the toxic spider.
I don't
Tekla hitting Toni with the shot, but Jamie Hayter making the save. Yeah, like Jamie Hayter is definitely a tough cookie. And it's interesting that they showed a throwback from All Out in 2022, where it was Dr. Britt Baker, Jamie Hayter, Hikaru Shida, and Toni Storm. This is when she was pre-Timeless, by the way. That was the year she made her debut in 2022. And Jamie Hayter aligned herself with Dr. Britt Baker. They were in that fatal 4-way match. And that was crazy because they took out Hikaru Shida, but she came right back. And also with the fact, too, you would have thought Britt won, but Toni Storm ended up with the victory. And that was getting her first taste of AEW Women's Gold in 2022 at All Out. So that was pretty cool that they did a throwback. Yep, you are correct, Boza. I mean, Toni took the title, and that was when Jamie got hurt. It was like she was out for quite some time with that serious injury. And look at Tekla. I do see Jamie Hayter and Tekla going one-on-one, because that would be really cool. We already saw Tekla and Queen Aminata go one-on-one. I need to see Tekla and Jamie go one-on-one, because I feel like that would be hard-hitting. Yeah, it was pretty gruesome to watch. But I'm happy Jamie is 100%. I really want her to be 100%. I definitely want her to wrestle in Wembley Stadium next year. As I said, like, even without the title, I do think Jamie and Toni have a lot of story to tell and can make it another top-tier storyline in the women's division. That's why Tekla's a toxic spider, because she's walking like a spider. But look at my lady. She said, not today. And she does look good in red. Ooh, Chris Statlander. Jamie Hayter. And plus, even if Toni loses, I don't think she needs to go for the title again. Because with the fact, she's already a 4-time AEW Women's Champion. I would like for her. I would like to see Tony get involved in other storylines within the division. Like I said, it doesn't even need to be with the women's title. Just put her in a storyline and help her with other women within the division. So I'd be okay with it. Nathan, specify your question because I'm a little bit confused on that. I know, right? That would be insanity. That would be insanity if she went against Mercedes for the TBS. I mean, if they're not going to give it to Alex Windsor, if they're not going to let Alex Windsor be the TBS champion, why not let Tony do it? Could you imagine if Tony was a TBS champion? She would be fabulous for TBS. Because if they're not going to give it to Alex Windsor, I can see Tony. I don't mind seeing her go for the TBS title. It's just I would like to see both of those belts be even. But look at all four of these ladies. Oh man, that was a hard hit. And Jamie took that close. She gave Chris Statlander that clothesline.
You expect it from Stat, you expect it from Jamie Hayter. Tony Storm, yeah. Look at Tekla's elbows. Oh my gosh. Open-handed shot. That was an elbow. Oh yeah, those are open-handed strikes.
Look at Tekla. She's just like, whew. Triple kick. This is definitely going to be a hard-hitting match. And hopefully I hope it does, because after that brutal coffin match, you kind of need something to like get the crowd going. Ooh. And also, it's crazy that this is like Chris Statlander's first taste of AEW women's gold of 4 years. And look at this, because I was telling this last night at WWT, these two have some very unorthodox and unfinished business in their storyline. Well, that's good. I mean, all of them got 10 to 22, so that seems fair. Let's see. Make a double team onto Tekla. Oh, man, double kick. Oh. That's why they call her the Toxic Spider. I know she has to do at least something to be that flexible. Saturday, you mean Saturday Night Fever. Yeah, so, I mean, that's been pretty good. I mean, we got 2 matches left, so give the ladies an ample amount of time. Hip attack onto Tony. Who's going to take the pin? Yeah, keep the match going, ladies. See, I love these tweets. I love everything about this match so far. I honestly be okay if any of these women pick up a victory today. That's fine. That seems fair. Yeah, the tease between Tony Storm. Oh my goodness. I can name like the next movie that's going to happen. Oh, look. Jamie Hayter say, hit me. Hit me. Her and Jamie. AC Hamer. Also, please make sure if you're a little fast, please don't give any spoilers because I'm still on this match too. Let's see. Jamie, Hatebreaker. Haterade. No, Tekla. Kick out made. Ooh, that's a nice submission hold by Tekla.
Oh, she tapped.
Wait, what?
I thought she tapped.
No, Tony. She didn't tap. Tekla has that lock on hold, and let's see, Tony. Why didn't she put her foot on the ropes? Let me see. Why is everybody messaging me? I may be a little bit behind than some people. I guess because of the server. Oh man, a spear! Both of them have spears. Let's see, stat. Let's see. 1, 2. My God, we have a new AEW Women's Champion in Chris Statlander. You know what? I'm not really sad because, you know, Tony had a really great reign. It's going to be very interesting with Statlander because of the issues she's having with the Death Riders. Do not be shocked if she joins the Death Riders. That's going to be very interesting to see. And hello, thank you for DJ Magic J. I'm not really mad about this. I'm not really mad. Because you know what? It's not going to hurt Jamie. It's not going to hurt Tekla. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Because, like, I just... Yes, her first AEW. I'm okay. You had a feeling? Yeah. I think Tekla was there to continue her entry, but like I said, I'm not mad about it. But you know, Tony, that's okay. Because Tony, you had a wonderful reign, and you did. And that is true. Oh, yeah, that's right. I just realized that. Chris Statlander is the first woman to hold both the TBS title and the AEW women's title. And look at Tony. She is happy. Chris Statlander. Harley Cameron's coming out. So look at Tony. Tony is happy. She doesn't need the AEW women's title. I think with Tony, she can help her friend Alex Windsor be the TBS title. But congratulations to the new AEW Women's Champion. And look at Tony. And you know, Tony doesn't feel really sad. She feels... Yeah, this will be very interesting. I just realized it. Chris Statlander is new. I just hope they don't dupe her reign the same way they did with her TBS title reign. That's my main concern. I'm not actually sad.
Yes, you are.
I'm not sad. It was only a matter of time, Tony. I know.
Yeah, you're
but
crying wolf.
No, with all due disrespect, Ced from our show can laugh at all he wants, but I'm actually okay with this because Tony Storm, and I said this last night, I am okay. Exactly. Like, I just don't want Statlander's title reign to be bad as it was her TBS title. And also, it was the best case for Tony because, Tony deserves a good break. She deserves a good break. She can focus on other things. She can also help her friend Alex Windsor because Alex Windsor has her eyes on the TBS title. She can help her friend with that. Because I did see Alex Windsor tweeting she did miss teaming up with Tony. So there's a lot of ways for Tony. And I'm not really sad about it because honestly, she's a 4-time AEW Women's Champion. She's a multi-time. So only female to be multi-time Women's Champion. But congratulations to Chris Statler being the Women's Champion. I do think it's going to add another layer to the storyline that features her and the Death Riders because we did see Jon Moxley. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very interesting. And Willow Nightingale did warn Harley Cameron not to trust Chris Statlander. So, Wheeler Yuta and maybe Marina Shafir are going to try to recruit Chris Statlander since she is the AEW Women's Champion. Because sooner or later, it's gonna be something. But I do think this is a good case for Tony to really do that. Obviously, I do think Tony Storm and Jimmy Hayter are going to have a storyline somewhere down the line. They're definitely going to have a storyline because there's a lot to finish. Obviously, we know Tekla and Jamie Hayter has unfinished business, and I need to have a match with them one-on-one. Needs to happen. But we have an AEW tag team title match. Fatal 4-way match, by the way, ladder match. We see the Young Bucks. They still got the money that they won a couple weeks ago in that All-Star 500K or how much it is in that match. And with that money, they got their Pyro back. They got their Titantron back. I just hope they don't spend all their money and spend it on useless things. A fool and his money are soon parted. That's hilarious. Whoever did that, you deserve a raise. It's going to be a fun ladder match, a 4-way ladder match. Young Bucks are trying to make history on being a 4-time AEW Tag Team Champions. Obviously, we know the reigning champs are Brodino. We also have Jet Speed with Speedball Mike Bailey and Kevin Knight. And also, we have members of the Don Callis family, Josh Alexander and Hechicero. So I know with Don Callis back and forth, but 12 minutes. That's interesting for an AEW women's title match. 12 minutes. I thought at least they would have more, but I guess with the timing and pacing that they give the other matches. But oh god, now I gotta listen to this creep. I know exactly. I think 4.5 hours, but I think we are gonna I gotta listen to this creep. Oh, be quiet. Be quiet, damn it. Nobody wants to listen to you. But I will say it has been a very good, solid all out. You know what? People on the WWT said it can tease me all he wants, but my lady is a multi-time four-time women's champion, and who's the only person that pinned Mercedes Moné cleanly? Yeah, Toni Storm. So honestly, I could say that she's the only female to do that. So, but you know what? Toni Storm deserves a break. She deserves a break. She could go on vacation. She could do whatever. She could travel the world. Everything else. Because you know what? Seth can say whatever he wants out to me. I'm like, we have a win over Mercedes Moné, and Toni can travel around the world. She can take a break. She can focus. She can also help her friend Alex Windsor get the TBS title, because I did see Alex Windsor on her Instagram page where she was watching All Out from her home, and she was looking. So I think Toni may help her friend Alex Windsor. And I think this would be really good for her to help out some of the other women in that division to really get them to the next level and really develop and really show some character development and make them stand above the rest. Because she's a four-time women's champion. She doesn't need the belt. Yes, she did. And I love nothing more of that. Just, I think Windsor. Oh yeah, I would. Just laugh at the Hurt Syndicate. Are you talking about the tag team title match? I think you may be talking about the tag team title match with the Hurt Syndicate. Oh my god, yeah, because the Hurt Syndicate did had salt in their wounds. Oh my goodness, that would be insanity. Oh yeah, I do think Windstorm's going to be a serious team. Because like I said, Toni Storm can help Alex Windsor, on her journey to be TBS champion. But yes, again, congratulations to Chris Statlander. She is the only woman to get the TBS and AEW women's title. She did that right before, and she did that right before Mercedes Moné. Who would have thought that? Sorry, I mean, but here's the thing. In all seriousness, if you follow me on WWT Live, if you follow me on my timeless Elite Wednesdays watch along, as much as I take jabs on Mercedes Moné, she is one of the best female wrestlers. I can't take nothing wrong for her, but I gotta give her some jabs because. But we have the reigning AEW Tag Team Champions, Bro Dino. They are coming. I'm okay. Yeah, because I just realized that. I was like, Chris Statlander did something she couldn't even do. But I'm okay. I'm happy. Toni deserves a break. She deserves a break. She gets to travel over the world. And plus, I'm just waiting for her and Jamie Hayter to have a really good storyline to happen. I'm just waiting. And they did. And I was like, wait. And you know what? I may mention this in a post. But here we go. Our final match before the main event. We have a fatal four-way tag team ladder match for the AEW World Tag Team titles. We have Rodino, we have Jet Speed, the Young Bucks, and the Don Callis families, Josh Alexander and Hechicero, and we have that creep Don Callis at ringside, who I don't care about, but whatever. So, but feel free to put in the chat. Yeah, exactly. Like Tony, like honestly, Jamie will get her up and comings as a women's title. It would have been. It would have been very dope if Mercedes did. I'm not gonna lie, that would be really cool. But as I mentioned earlier, after Rio, because it was a side quest, Alex Windsor is going to be the one is ready to take her TBS title. I just need a lot more character development from Alex. And also with the fact too, because like I said, Mercedes is almost there breaking Jade's record. She's almost there breaking Jade's record right up until Wrestle Dream. But I wouldn't mind seeing Statlander and Mercedes go another round, especially for the AEW women's title. So I'm down for it, but like I said, it would have been crazy. But Jay, like I said, she has some issues within the Death Riders with Wheeler Yuta's in her ear, and she's dealing with John Moxley and everything else. So there's a lot of layers to within the Death Riders, and I would not be shocked if she's the next one to join just because she has a belt. So better pay attention to these next couple weeks because it's going to be very interesting. But we're shifting away to this tag team match. And look at Bandito is doing what he does best. And there's a reason why he is Bandito 2 belts. And I had the chance to watch him up close at Ring of Honor, Death Before Dishonor, where they were in Philly. And he was just fun to watch. And he was so likable and approachable. And he spoke very good English at the media scrum. So I was very happy to hear him speak. And he just looks like he's enjoying himself a bit. Brody taking a playbook of his tag team partner. Ooh, multi-German suplex. They love Brody King. Yeah, it was really funny. It was really funny. And also, I think, and Seth and Will laughed at me because they thought because I said Bandito could give El Grande a run for his money, but I don't know. We shall see. Kevin Knight. There we go. We can see some ladders into it. Ooh, nice moonsault by Speedball. And he's from Canada, by the way. Speedball Mike Bailey. I will say this has been a really good show so far. Oh boy, Speedball. Ugh. Getting a taste of ladder. Ooh, that was a nasty. He's trying to get the barking out. Brody King. Trying to do a cannonball. Ooh, he ate some steel. Ooh, okay, another super kick. Ooh, hit Speedball with that ladder of the ribs. This is what they do. And also, if you remember, the ladder match, they had a dynasty last year with FTR in the finals. That was pretty interesting and a good match. Josh Alexander, Kevin Knight. Ooh. Outside the ring apron, that has to hurt. And look at that. It looks like there's going to be a slight alliance between the Don Callis family and the Young Bucks. Because technically there kind of is a mutual alliance in a way. But here comes Brody King tasting that ladder. Ooh. They just hit Brody with the sense of ladder. Yeah, I suppose even if it does, it's going to look like the fallout's going to be pretty good. Yeah, and also, what was it? One more thing. It's going to be what's next for Darby Allin, because Darby Allin's going to need some help. Because if the conglomeration's dealing with the Don Callis family, I think Darby Allin's going to need some help. Darby's going to need some help. And also, depending on the outcome between Hangman and Kyle Fletcher, I think Hangman is going to probably going to be dealing with the Don Callis family for a while. And then also, you have to deal with him and MJF. And our producer for the future, he's waking up and enjoying this. If you are with me, we are in the on the final match before the main event. We have a fatal four-way match for the AEW World Tag Team titles. We have Brodino taking on the Don Callis family's Hechiceto and Josh Alexander against the Young Bucks and against Jet Speed. Also, if you were with me, Eddie, he's gonna need some help because I'm trying to think if Hangman's going to be working with the Don Callis family. I'm pretty sure MJF is going to be. Yeah, he has to give a week. MJF has to get a week on his contract. Don't remind me, Dylan. I don't know why they put that stipulation in there. Oh, nice deep dive. So yeah, Darby Allin's gonna need some help for blood and guts because I mean the conglomeration. It looks like with the Don Callis family, but we have to see the friction because it looks like Roddy. I don't know what's gonna do with Roddy because Roddy is gonna have to figure this out sooner than you think. And Boza, allegedly. We have Bowens and Caster tag teaming this week. Allegedly, because technically they need to get on the same page. And teasing a bit, but slowly. Gotta give it some time, because I do have them down fully returning in 2026. So, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. A lot of the fallout from... I'm going to have a fun watch along on Wednesday. Oh, look, Matthew Jackson, Young Bucks trying to super kick.
I'm not going to question the Young Bucks strategy in this match because they've been in so many ladder matches. Way to high carry. Zero. I think he tried to duck underneath, but then got clipped in the head for Alexander. Josh Alexander. Now, Kevin Knight into the fray alongside Spitball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is actually a good match so far. Here, let's see, Jet Speed and Kevin Knight. I don't want Brodino to lose the belts. I just don't want them to be transitional champions. That's the one thing. Yeah, I know, Boza, me either. I can't see them losing just yet. Not yet. I can't see Brodino because they're like a fun tag team that I like. Can't see them losing yet. Hey, look at Bandito. He needs to climb up the ladder. Here comes Speed. Oh, nice one. Nice combination of high speed from Jet Speed. Ooh, and look at the Young Bucks. What are they doing here? Ooh, that was an impressive move by that. That was an impressive move by Matthew Jackson. Very impressive. Here comes Kevin Knight. He's climbing up the ladders. Oh my goodness, playing a game of chicken. Oh my goodness. Helping out the opposites. Okay, here's Bandito. Here's Brody. A little bit of tag team action. What's it? Ooh. Oh man. Oh, knocked out both Matthew and Kevin Knight. Hey, look, gotta know the skill of the wrestling business. I mean, I know people want to start on time. I ain't complaining if there's a run over. Wrestling is wrestling. And I'm pretty sure there were times WWE did some timing that went over on their pay-per-views, on WrestleMania, when Monday Night Raw ended at 11:05. I'm just saying. Oh, God. I know, me too, Boza. I just crack up so much because if you remember when WWE came out and they ended at like 11:05, and then with WrestleMania hit, it didn't end till like midnight. And there were some times where the pay-per-views just ended at a later time, and I just crack up so much. And like some of these content creators some of them started watching wrestling in like 2000, around the 2010s and 2020. Like they didn't watch it when of the Ruthless Aggression era or the Attitude era or the New Generation era or even during the 80s. So yeah, they don't remember when Raw was on the new TNN or USA Network or when SmackDown was on UPN. SmackDown was on UPN. Oh god. Well, that's a trip down. That's a trip down memory lane. But going back to this match, we do see Hechicero and Speedball Mike Bailey going back and forth.
You asking
Oh.
me back.
And that's that part too. You had to flip through and then the Monday Night Wars happened. Or you had to record it through VHS and then just watch it the next day. But oh my goodness, look at that submission hold between Speedball and Hechicero. What's Speedball thinking here? What do you think he's thinking? Oh my god. Brian Danielson said somebody check Hechicero's neck. Oh my goodness. Yeah, please, somebody check it. That was very nasty. And I give credit to Speedball Mike Bailey wrestling barefoot because that has to hurt. Josh Alexander, Bandino, back and forth. Let's see. What's Bandino thinking? What's he thinking? What's Bandino thinking? Powerbomb off the ladder. I thought the ladder would break. Oh my goodness. DDT by Nicholas. Yep, that's Nicholas. Oh, great, another super kick. Yeah, Bozo, these are strong. These are not the cheap kind of ladders. These are strong ladders. I'm happy they didn't break, and I'm happy they didn't get it cheap. Oof. Yeah. I'm just happy they ain't cheap. Oh God, what's Brody doing here? The speedball. Oh, that ladder slightly broke. Brody and Speedball are out. My God. Oh. Look at the crowd on their feet. Wow. I'm going to have an interesting. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I will be doing a quick post show after what happened. I'm waiting for that little creep. I know, right? It's only qualifications. He can just get up, but he may suffer some consequences because I just want somebody to beat the crap out of him. That's all I'm waiting for. I just want somebody to beat him up. I want him to get the beating that he deserves. And look at Kevin Knight. Kevin Knight will. Kevin Knight. Kevin Knight is going in the ladder. Kevin Knight's climbing up the ladder. He's almost there. Because like almost everybody's laid out. Oh, no. You have Nicholas of the Young Bucks. Because remember, the Young Bucks want to make history on being 4-time AEW Tag Team Champions. So, Kevin Knight's holding one of the belts. Here comes Josh Alexander. Oh my God, Boza. If that happened, I would love Willow 10 times more if she gave him the pounds. We did see Willow gave Wheeler Yuta the pounds. I'm just saying, that could happen. Let's see. And where we see hit to Slato. Oh, Brody's back up. What's Alex Alexander doing? Bro, what's he gonna do with Brody? Oh my God. Oh, Brody.
Okay. Jeez. Come on.
Okay, who's gonna win the belts? Because we have people climbing, we don't know. Boza, I'm not surprised because I'm looking at this and WrestlePalooza is about to start anyway.
You want some chicken?
I'm not surprised that we're about to head into WrestlePalooza. Not surprised at all. What? They're moving the ladder? Oh, Kevin Knight. Oh no, he went through the double stack of tables. Oh man, well they had to do a table spot in there. Members of the Doghouse family threw away the Young Bucks. Oh, low blow. Low blow to Brody and Dino. Oh my God, please tell me they're not going to get it. Super kick. Please tell me they're not going to get it. Please tell me they're not going to get it. Are they going to get it? No, get out of there. Where's Bandito? What's Bandito doing? Oh my God, what's Bandito doing? Moonsault with the ladder. That was crazy. Brody leading off side of the ring. Almost everybody's down. Everyone is down, but Bandito is the person standing. Easy going up the ladder. And there's Brody King. And he did it. And your winners and still tag team champions, Bro Dino. Woo! Thanks for the update, Boza, for that. Thank you for WrestlePalooza. Woo! Your winners and still AEW Tag Team Champions, Bro Dino. Now the question is, what is next for them? They are the reigning AEW Tag Team Champions, and I see some members of the Doghouse family coming in. I think I saw Rocky Romero walking up. So, but this was a really good match. Well, yeah, because at this point, it's like kind of what next? Because I feel like almost everybody's feuding with the Don Callis family because Conglomeration wants a piece of Don Callis. Depending on the situation with Kyle Fletcher versus Hangman, I could see maybe Hangman still continuing with the Don Callis family. And then on top of that, he's going to have to deal with MJF because MJF still has to cash in his title opportunity. I think he may cash that title opportunity for Wrestle Dream. That's what I'm thinking. MJF gonna cash it in because Tony Khan mentioned he has a week to make his decision. So I don't even know what's the limit on that. I would say Wrestle Dream, but depending on MJF, he will always find a loophole. Yeah, like I'm saying, like, and also with the fact MJF's going to be in a movie. He's going to be in a movie soon, so he's going to be doing a lot of time off, and that's where some guys need to step up to the plate. But congratulations to Brodino on still remaining AEW Tag Team Champions, especially for Bandito. Bandito still has 2 belts because he's also the reigning Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion. I don't even know who's going to be who is his next opponent going to be, because we know Final Battle Ring of Honor will be in December. Yes, he needs to take that honeymoon. Him and Alicia need a honeymoon. They are way overdue. And we see the Young Bucks in the ring. And oh my God, Jack Perry. We haven't seen Jack Perry since he lost the TNT title to Daniel Garcia last year at Full Gear. He gave the middle finger. Jack Perry? What's Jack Perry doing? DDT to Jack Perry. Oh, man. Jack Perry. Yep, and he did say in package, you stabbed me right in the back. Yeah, he gave him the finger. Because like I said, we haven't seen him since he lost the TNT title to Daniel Garcia last year at Full Gear. Why does Jack Perry have a look on his face? What who does he have? Who does Jack have? And he was the one that helped out. Is he the one? No! Luchasaurus? Wow. Well, Kill Switch, but it is Luchasaurus. And remember, they were former tag team champions too. When Jack Perry was Jungle Boy and he was Luchasaurus. And they had Jungle Express. They were former tag team champions. See, look, people remember Jungle Express. Wow. We did not think this would happen. Especially with the fact, too. Kill Switch. Well. Yeah, Boza, they could give him some good matches because, like I said, they are former tag team champions. And we get to see them reunite again. I'm very curious on how the interaction with Christian is going to be. Because I know Christian is, him and Edge are dealing with their own issues. But I definitely want to see the backstage interaction with both teams. But the reuniting of Jungle Express. Well, I would say Jurassic Express, Jungle Express. Oh my God. That is crazy. We haven't seen them reunite in so long. This has been such a good AEW All Out. It's just been so good.
Jungle Express.
Oh my God. Jungle Express. Oh my God. This has been fun. I mean, we got to see the return of Eddie Kingston, Pac, Jungle Express. And like he said, Chris Statlander's the new AEW Women's Champion. We got to see Beth come back. Oh my God. It's going to be a very good fallout on AEW. I am very looking forward to this episode for AEW Dynamite this week. It's going to be so cool. I really want to see the backstage these two are going to do with Christian. I want to see how it is backstage. And I think because there is a void within the tag team division, because when you really think about it, it's just after the Hurt Syndicate dropped the titles, there's not that many tag teams in there. So, of course, you have Jungle Express, you have the Young Bucks, you have Brodino, you have members of the Don Callis family, FTR, obviously. I mean, you could throw in obviously you could throw in not the Hurt Syndicate, but Gates of Agony, you could throw them in. But also trying to make the tag team stand above the rest, because when an AEW first started, that was one of their pillars, was the tag team division. Now, if we can only bring Private Party to the party, that would be crazy. But it's a quick commercial, and I just wanted to share a project that Women's Wrestling Talk is doing, and we are creating a women's wrestling archive. Every little bit helps in support of this incredible opportunity that we're doing. So feel free to check out this initiative that Women's Wrestling Talk is doing.
Women's wrestling didn't just show up yesterday in glitter boots. We've been here the entire time, body slamming through history.
The Women's Wrestling Archive launches January 1st, 2026, and it's gonna pave the way for all women's wrestling.
Because if we don't document it, a man might say he did it first.
This has been a passion project for a very long time. Head over to the womenswrestlingarchive.com to donate 1, 5, or whatever you can. It all goes a long way.
Let's give these women the spotlight that they've always deserved.
Her story belongs in history. Help us preserve it today. Join us at womenswrestlingarchive.com. Support the archive. Support women's wrestling. Donate today.
Kuga Initiative. Oh my goodness. And you know the next pay-per-view, Wrestle Dream, Saturday, October 18th is the next pay-per-view. Tickets are on sale now in St. Louis. Trying to get myself in order, because obviously we have Wrestle Dream now, and I'm just waiting for the next one, which is full. Oh my goodness. Hold on. They're dealing with Darby.
I don't have it.
Oh my goodness. They're really putting the coffin. You know, it would be really interesting if Sting came in. Like, Sting would just pop up out of nowhere. But what are they doing with Darby? They're really trying to run him over. Look at Darby! He's got the pipe! Darby put him in a body bag. See? You don't mess with Darby. You can't kill him. You cannot kill Darby. Sting taught him very well. Sting taught him very well. He's got to put him on fire. No way. He's going to really put him on fire? Well, it's not the first time Darby put somebody on fire. He put it on the fire. My God. He wants him dead. He put him on fire. See, this is what happened with the Death Riders. You made a very deep mistake. Yep.
I'm trying to get again. This is nuts. Perpetuates a cycle of more and more violence. You know the Death Riders and John Moxley are not going to take this line down. Hopefully we'll have some sort of follow-up coming up this Wednesday night on Dynamite. We'll be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And speaking of which, coming up this Wednesday night.
Yes, so we have members of the Don Callis family in trios action and the conglomeration, and it looks like could we get the return of Freshly Squeezed? I don't know. It could be the return of Freshly Squeezed, but we shall see. Because my squad. Oh, and Wednesday, Tony Khan has an important announcement on Wednesday. I think a lot of people might my clientele, Tony Storm, Jamie Hayter, Alex Windsor, Caster, and Bowens, and Orange Cassidy. So it's going to be very interesting. Yeah, it's going to be a 6-man. We get to see return of Freshly Squeezed. Also, we do get to see somewhat of a tag team with my two of my favorite guys, Max Caster and Anthony Bowens, by request of Jerry Lynn. It's going to be a tag team match on. No, Tony Khan. Tony Khan's going to be making an announcement, not my gal, Tony Storm. But we are in the main event. We are with the reigning AEW World Heavyweight Champion, Hangman Adam Page. And we're going to do that. I'm going to take a quick stretch because it's been a while. So I'm going to take myself a break. So get your beverage, get everything settled because it is the main event. And yeah, take a quick break. Made it just in time for the main event. There it is, the main event, the final match of the night. Kyle Fletcher, the Aussie Protostar, the reigning TNT champion, against Hangman Adam Page. Well, hopefully we shall see. That's okay. Oh, here comes the champ. Here comes Hangman. I mean, I will say it's a good 5 hours. I mean, normally I think for pay-per-views, like AEW goes like 5 hours. Yeah, it's normally 5 hours for a pay-per-view. Because Tony loves to put on big matches. Matches are great on the pay-per-view. I'm going to give a quick post-show because there's a lot of thoughts I have. There's a lot of things bubbling in my lab. And also a few of my favorite people in the Timeless Tenacious Empire. That is true. The Timeless Tenacious Empire. We got I got a lot of analyzing to do, and I got some stuff that's gonna happen because gotta figure out what's next. Oh yeah, well, here's Justin Roberts making the announcement.
Introducing at this time, the challenger from Sydney, Australia, weighing 249 pounds. He is the TNT champion, Bruce Star. Kyle Fletcher. From Aaron's Creek, Virginia, right to 129 pounds, he is the reigning and defending All Elite Wrestling World Champion.
Now, here we go. This is our main event.
Absolutely, and I would strongly assume that Fletcher is smart enough and experienced enough for a young guy to zone in after that. I also noticed when Justin Roberts gave the stipulation about Don Callis and the family, if they get involved, whatnot. Hey, Don, Jack the Biscuits, folks. I'll give you some look there. When Justin, this is all the knowing one is. We've already game planned all this stuff. So, by the way, Robert Anderson used the term moral compass, which in my opinion has no place in the professional wrestling industry. Moral compass. What is that? There are a lot of people.
All right. Well, here we go. I have to listen to Don Callis talk. I'm like, my God.
Moving his head side to side, trying to work out some imagine kinks in that neck. That's probably very stiff. Straps are stiff as neck. Nice turn into the snap there. Good reversal by Fletcher there. And then up to his feet. That'll affect your neck. Fletcher. Yeah, I like this strategy by Kyle Fletcher. Sticking with Matt Wrestling.
All right, here we go. I'm actually looking at the lighting. Oh, God. We heard him 3 times. I'm doing okay, Boza. I mean, it is what it is. But actually, in all seriousness, I'm really happy the Don Callis family is starting to get an opportunity to shine a little bit more. And because, honestly, I take the Don Callis family seriously as heels than I would the not more as a Death Riders, but they're kind of equal in a way when it comes to heels, because like Don Callis family, obviously they want control, and I'm happy they're doing different storylines with this, because the Don Callis family obviously wants control. They want the AEW world title, pretty much not just destroying Kenny Omega, but also Hangman in the process. So it does give him some segue. And I'm happy we do have more than one storyline we can build off of and build some potential stars. Exactly. It does bring a lot of opportunity for them. And also with the Death Riders too, I mean, the focus is going to be Moxley versus Darby Allin. But there's like so many layers that come into play. Obviously, we saw what happened with Bryan Danielson last year at Wrestle Dream. Also, there are some stars that still have some business to take care of with the Death Riders, such as the Ops. I'm trying to think who else. The Ops. I mean, Willow, obviously, still has issues with Marina Shafir, because she did talk about it, because she wants her one-on-one. Yes, exactly. They had to change the scenery for lighting. Yeah, it is a big test for Kyle, because I feel like he can have potential in that. We shall see. Oh, but overall, it has been a very fun event. Like, oh my God. We saw some things that we didn't even see. And I'm happy because, it's really funny. Like, a lot of people I saw like a lot of dirt sheets popping out saying there's like potential surprises for WWE WrestlePalooza. And I'm happy it was under the radar, all the surprises for AEW, and people didn't even think about it. I love that they kept it up for wraps. I mean, we saw Beth Phoenix. I'm still going to call her Beth Phoenix. We got to see Beth Phoenix help out her man. We also got to see the reuniting of Jungle Express. We got to see the return of Pac. We haven't seen him since earlier this year when he had that match against Swerve Strickland. He had a bad injury. So, yeah, exactly. So it makes me happy to really see the pacing of it. And we're in the final main event. And this will probably end before 8 o'clock anyway. So it's not that. But once we're done, I am going to give a quick post-show analyst, because there's a lot of things that I do want to do it. Because there's a few things that are popping through my head. And we have a new AEW Women's Champion, which I'm okay with. I'm not complaining about it, because people think like, oh, Courtney totally lost. I'm like, okay. I mean, she had a great run. She had a really great run. She's a multi-time AEW Women's Champion. And she can help out her friend, Alex Windsor, on becoming TBS champion. And I think for her, it'll be a good opportunity to kind of step out of the championship picture and work herself into some storylines within the women's division. Like, maybe you could see her, like, if Willow's not doing anything with Marina, maybe Toni Storm can help out with the Death Rider storyline, or maybe she can help out with some other storylines in there. I wouldn't mind seeing her versus Marina Shafir. If you're not gonna give me Willow, It would be funny if she won the second match. It would be. It would be. I wouldn't have a problem with her being TBS champion. It would be kind of funny to see her like parade around with a TBS title. But I know she wants to help out her friend Alex Windsor because I think they would be a fun, good addition. And also, I know people think with Willow and everything else with Marina, but I mean, I would love for Alex Windsor to be TBS champion, but she needs to take care of some business with Marina Shafir after what happened with her man. I'm just saying. It would be. It would be. Like, if they're not going to give it to Alex, I mean, I think they would be a fun tag team to watch. And also with the fact, too, it would be nice for Alex Windsor to learn underneath Toni Storm, who's been in the game since for a while underneath AEW and really thinking out what character she wants her to be. So it's nice. Sorry, it's just the WWE chat is going on and it's hilarious. Yes, she would be a great co-star for Tony because the two of them. No, he's not. They're just talking about how like John Cena and Brock Lesnar, because I know WrestlePalooza is happening right now. It's fighting alongside Kyle Fletcher and Hangman. So that's devious. I was like, hey, but we need to see Windstorm. And you heard it here first because a couple weeks ago I created that name, Windstorm. Ooh, nasty powerbomb by Hangman. You know what? Win or lose, this is really going to help perpetuate Kyle Fletcher into a top player for the future. I can see that. Him, I can see him, Daniel Garcia. And also, he changes gear, too. Him, Daniel Garcia, Chris Statlander. I'll definitely throw in OC. Yeah. Chris Statlander, I definitely see Jimmy Hayter. I see in that orbit along with Tekla. Same thing with Caster and Bowens. I definitely see them for the future leading ahead. Oh, he's taking out the bandage of. He's really targeting that neck of Hangman Adam Page, the area that's banded. Taz going on filtered up commentary talking about it, the time he broke his neck. Oh man, that's hilarious. Kick out made by Hangman.
So much of Kyle Fletcher's offense attacks the net. One of the questions in this match was, would Kyle be mentally okay out there? His first title match to your boy, Brian. He looks great. But wait, hold on a second. You said he's going to be nervous. I said he was going to be nervous. No, I said it's a great way to calm nerves by starting out with some mat wrestling. Look at this. Let me see. Elbow drop on target. 1, 2. I've been able to kick out heavy offense. Non-stop heavy offense by Fletcher. Yeah, I am so impressed by Kyle Fletcher's composure in this match. Brian, have you ever seen anyone run up the score on the champion like Kyle Fletcher? Fletcher. Boston Crab, perhaps, maybe a catapult of some sort. No, steps over Boston Crab.
Trying to do Boston Crab with Kyle Fletcher. He's really trying to get to the neck of Hangman.
And his technique, this is what I'm saying about the perfect wrestling. So on paper, his technique on that Boston Crab was fantastic.
Yeah, I know. You know, Boza, it's crazy. Like, some of them are like 25 and 26 years old. Like, some of the roster. And that's, I mean, I'm not going to say it's crazy, but it's just so interesting that they're that young, but they can pull out banger after banger after banger. Listen. Hey. Exactly, I will say. It is. And just training through the hurdles and everything else, I'm very glad on that. And, you know, they've been there for 6 years, but I'm happy they are getting a lot of TV exposure. I mean, for granted, they need a lot of media training. And I'm more than happy to, because at my day job, I work in PR. I'm happy to give them media training. But it's so good that they're that young, but also the future is looking bright. Because I want AEW to be around when they hit the 10-year mark. And that would be insanity. That would be insane. So I really hope it does come into play. I'm really happy Women's Wrestling Talk is giving a space to AEW. I mean, obviously, of course, we do talk about WWE, but giving a space to like women from all wrestling promotions for women, including in the independent scene and the local scene. Definitely doing that, but also, like I said, giving space to AEW, because you do see a lot of, and this is no shade to all the content creators, because obviously they all yeah, it will be a very interesting situation. But like I said, I'm really happy AEW is in the space, and even though I started off in WWE, I was very happy get into AEW. I got into AEW in the most interesting way possible because I met Toni Storm right before she made her debut on AEW, which was insane. And just seeing her grow into the person and character that she is just really nice to it. And I want them to succeed. I want them to eat. So, you know, me being the person, because like I said, and I'm not throwing no shade. Oh, clothesline from Hangman. I'm not throwing no shade at no content creators, but ooh, nice move by Hangman. But I don't want to show like really well, you know, first channel, but I will say not shade to some of the other content creators, like not throwing any shade to like the Denises or the Chris Van Vliets of the world, because they're doing great on their content. But of course, you do have a lot of content creators that specifically focus on WWE because wrestling is hot. People want to get into the hottest popular thing in the world when it comes to wrestling. They don't understand the mechanics that myself and a lot of people have been watching since we were in teenagers, and just understanding it. And also, we get so upset when some of these so-called influencers and people that are doing dirt cheese don't get the wrong terminology and be asking the most ridiculous questions on getting clicks and hits. And that's not okay, because we want them to give an opportunity to have their say in their own words. And also, that's why I'm very happy to be on this platform supporting women's wrestling, because doing everything I can. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Denise definitely does. I give a props to her. She does an amazing job. Like, she's been watching this like forever. Like, people like her. It's just hard. Yeah, it's very hard to do both. So it's very hard. But I really do think there is a lot of potential there. We just have to figure it out. But future is bright with wrestling, and yeah, we'll see what happens then. But guys, this is the main event. It has been a fun 4 hours. And very happy to spend it. Also, first time streaming at HBO Max. I mean, it's the first time they streamed it. Obviously, I had to deal with some hiccups because it kept pausing for a little bit with buffering issues, but it's the first one they're doing. You're going to have some hiccups. Nice move by Hangman. Ooh, nice kick by Kyle Fletcher. Doc House is a new champion. I was like, Kyle Fletcher is skipping a beat. I'm happy. I'm happy Kyle Fletcher got the main event spot. I really, really am. I'm very, very happy for him. Yep, 26 years old. Brian Danielson pointed that out. Only 26 years old. I'm sure Sky Blue, who's dating Kyle Fletcher in the back, I'm sure she's probably happy for him as well. And obviously, Kyle Fletcher ripped off the bandage of Hangman Adam Page's neck. Let's see, Hangman. Oh! Tombstone outside the ring. Both men are down outside the ring. Referee is already making a count. That creep should be concerned because he can't do nothing about it. And if he does, Kyle Fletcher is disqualified. Oof, he hit him on his head. You do have a point, but I don't think Hangman is scared. I think Don Callis knows something we don't know when it comes to Hangman. I feel like he knows something. I wouldn't say Hangman is scared of Don Callis because I feel like he would beat the crap out of him. Oof, Hangman laid on his feet. Ooh, Kyle Fletcher with a kick. You better get the way. Kyle Fletcher has a timekeeper table. What's Kyle doing? What's he doing? He's trying to put him through the timekeeper's table. Oh, man. Taking a suplex off the table. Both Kyle and Hangman are out. Please check on them.
You need to check on Kyle Fletcher.
Oh my God, check on the both of them. Hangman's they're trying to check on Hangman. And look at Kyle. Yeah, because he has to win in the ring. He has to win by pinfall. Obviously, Don Callis would say that. But Kyle is trying to put this away. Or unless Hangman's very, very serious. He says he's ready because Hangman told him he is not ready. That has to be it. That has to be it. That has to be it. Oh, no. Hangman kicked out. I really thought he was done after that.
That was 3.
I really thought he was done.
No, that was 3. Sorry.
And look at the look on Kyle Fletcher's face. He did. I really thought Hangman was done too. I was like, wait a minute. He nailed it. They're chanting, "You're not ready," to Kyle Fletcher. They're chanting, "You're not ready." Yep. It's a lot of pressure being It's always a lot of pressure being a world champion of any wrestling promotion. Super kick. Oof, Kyle Fletcher.
It's a second one. It is the end of the reign, the second reign of Hangman Panache. This kick, Fletcher on the back of the head. Backheel kick.
Oh Lord, he's gonna do the same thing. Oh no. Oh my God! He gave the dead eye to the table, and I think Hangman hurt himself. Oh my God, that is so dangerous. And that creep can't do nothing about it. You can sit right there and be in awe.
Sure, MJF's watching.
My God.
AEW World Championship. This match has been incredible. Deadeye through the table on the floor. Hangman Page laboring to his feet. Attempting to return Kyle Fletcher to the ring. But Deadeye obviously leveled the playing field. Shooting. Hangman Edge. Might be experiencing some weakness in that right hand. Looking down at it. You see it in boxers and all sorts of fighters and all sorts of wrestlers.
He's trying to get ready for the buckshot. Oh man, both men are down. Look, both men are down. Hold on, they both have to come up. Come on, Kyle. Get up. This is a really good match. I said this just last night on WWT. Regardless on what happens, kick out.
Thank you, Dan.
30 minutes.
We know he has what it takes to go all 60 minutes. Does Kyle Fletcher? You know, I think he does. You know, he hasn't gone that far. But Henry, when I listened to him for 60, he didn't listen to match over 30 minutes in his life. And here's Kyle Fletcher stepping up. I was so impressed that Kyle Fletcher just kicked out that dead-eye. This is a war, guys. There's no other way to say it. Back and forth. That will take an answer to years of it for me. Oh, swinging this one.
Ooh, kick out made by Kyle Fletcher. And the fans are chanting "Fight Forever."
This is, without a doubt, the most physical match that Kyle has ever been in my opinion. And he's been in some physical matches. Oh, but look at Kyle. He is struggling. He is struggling to his feet. He's under the hands. He's on the apron, which is another dance down. You know what's coming?
Kick out made by Kyle Fletcher. Hold on. 2. Is he gonna do? No. Brainbuster. Is that it? Kick out made by Hangman. Kyle Fletcher was this close. And look at Brian Danielson. Look at Brian Danielson is so into this. I just love his energy in this match. And of course, Don Callis is crying like a big baby. Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, that is true. Don't taunt with him, Kyle, because that's going to ruin your opportunity. Please don't taunt. Oof, nasty clothesline. Oh man, he took out the Secure ring post. He's taking out the metal part. Wow. Yeah, he's yelling at the referee. Hangman eating steel. Yikes. That has to hurt. That has to really, really hurt. Don Callis is just waiting and waiting. Oh man, Lyle Fletcher. Oh my god. I guess Kyle Fletcher had a little bit of exposure to some steel. That's a dead eye right there from outside the ropes. Both men are down. Oh my goodness, it looks like something's wrong. It looked like Kyle Fletcher with his neck. You need to check his neck. Yeah, Brian Danielson. Oh my god. Oh my god is right. Buckshot. Hold on. Buckshot. 3. Your winner. And still AEW World Heavyweight Champion Hangman Adam Page. It was a really good match. Kyle Fletcher, and I said this last night and today, win or lose, Kyle Fletcher is definitely going to be a future top star in AEW. It was a really good match between them. But your champion, Hangman Adam Page.
Come on, man, Jay up.
He is still the champ. Yeah, I could see that. I could see Kyle getting another. Well, I could see it, but also with the fact, too, MJF has this week to figure out what's he going to do with his cash-in opportunity. And probably with him, MJF probably has some tricks up his sleeve because he wants his, as he says, beloved Triple B. So I think MJF has this week to figure out what's he going to do with his cash-in opportunity. He got it all in Texas. Yeah, Bozo. I can see Title Tuesday cashing in because he has a week to figure that out. And they got to do some big matches because Title Tuesday, AEW Dynamite's going up against NXT. Congratulations to Hangman Adam Page on the main event. The Cowboy is still the champ. He's slowly getting up. I'm trying to think how his wife at home feels during this match, seeing her husband. I'm just curious how the missus is feeling. Yep, they have the match on Wednesdays for Pittsburgh. We have a trios match with the Don Callis family, the conglomeration, and we may be getting the return of freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. I don't want to spoil anything, but Tony Khan has a very important announcement this week. I don't know what the announcement is going to be. So, woo! And also, we're going to see Max Caster and Anthony Bowens in action this week on Dynamite in tag team action. But congratulations, and that concludes AEW All Out in Toronto. Oh my God. Yeah, wow. That was actually really good. Well, it's a very good match. All matches, but get yourself a beverage on the dot. But that concludes that. I'm gonna do a post show because this deserves a post show. So I have a lot of thoughts in my head and think about what's what, but make sure to get yourself a beverage, go to the bathroom, everything else, because we will be back here in the next 45 seconds. And I'm going to be giving you guys some details on what happened at AEW All Out in Toronto. Back. I'm gonna give a quick post show because wow, it's been a very entertaining AEW All Out in Toronto, and had to get up the results up really quick and just gonna dive right into it. We kicked off with the return. I mean, I know people call them Adam Copeland and Christian Cage, but I still remember them as Edge and Christian because that's how I was born into that era, and that's who I remember, against FTR. And obviously you had that Weasel Stokely. It was definitely a good match. It was nice seeing Edge and Christian back together again. And also, I gotta give props because Edge gave homage to John Cena. He did the "You Can't See Me," and I thought that was so cool. And I love that AEW socials took that on a post. It was just super, super creative. I really thought I really, really thought, wow, I thought FTR was gonna really get the win. But the winners of the match was actually Christian. They ended up getting the victory, but they did not do it alone. Beth Phoenix came out. I thought it was gonna be either Beth or Gangrel, with the fact that they have history with both of them. But we got to see Beth Phoenix come back and take care of that weasel Stokely Hathaway. It was just so fun to watch. It was so fun to watch seeing that. It just made me smile. Your winners, of course, were Edge and Christian, but obviously after the match, Beth came down, but we did see Mama Wayne and Nick Wayne appear, and we do see that Nick Wayne is still in a wheelchair because he still has the walking boot due to his injury that he sustained. So we did see that, and apparently FTR jumped on both Edge and Christian, and also Kip Sabian handcuffed Edge to the ropes. Sorry. Sorry, I'm just laughing at this because I was just like, oh. But anyways, Kip Sabian handcuffs Edge, jumps Christian from behind, and apparently FTR obviously attacked Christian as well. And the funny part about it is Beth gave a kiss to Edge saying, I love you, but she did what she did best in Glamazon mode. She did not care, and she just went in with punches, but obviously she paid the price where FTR gave her the spike pile driver. And I can tell you, this is not over with all of these teams because you're also including the patriarchy. So it's going to be very interesting to see because Beth, Edge, and Christian, it looks like it's going to be pretty much 1, 2, 3, 4, pretty much 6-on-3, which that does not help at all. And they're going to need some help. Unexpected help, we'll talk about later on in the show. But Edge and Christian want the victory. We got to see the return of Eddie Kingston, and we saw the shirt that says Claudio sucks eggs. That was hilarious. But happy to see Eddie Kingston come back. It looked like he didn't miss a beat. He was doing his thing. He was doing his thing. I was very happy to see it. But yeah, I was very happy to see Eddie Kingston make his return. Eddie Kingston picked the victory, and of course, the aftermath, we saw Brian Keith. I know, right? That's what I was going to say. We're going to get to it later. But yeah, Brian Keith beat up Eddie Kingston. But we got to see appearance from Hook, who was also from New York. It looks like him and Eddie Kingston have somewhat of an alliance. I don't know what's going to go on there because I feel like almost every superstar has issues with the Death Artist, but they can't work with each other, which I don't know why. But congratulations to Eddie Kingston and happy to see Hook. Up next after that, we had the tables and thumbtacks with MJF versus Mark Briscoe. I will say it was gruesome, but this was sleeper match of the night for me. This was definitely a good match where we got to see both of them in action. Also, I have to give props to MJF because last night he competed at CMLL, where he defended the CMLL Light World Heavyweight Championship match against Mystico, and he lost that match. And he came back the next day, come to Canada, and face off against Mark Briscoe in this type of match. This was my sleeper match of the night, and I was so happy for them. Actually, I have 2 sleeper matches of the night. I was very happy for them. It made me really happy because the thumbtacks were good, but the spots were great. I was very happy to give kudos to MJF for that. But the victory's got to go with Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe, he ended up getting the victory. I thought MJF was going to get it, but I'm very happy Mark Briscoe got it. It really did. He told a great storyline. And also it did captivate Mark Briscoe into a single star. And I do think he's going to get singles gold in the future, but he just really keeps doing his thing. And I'm just so happy for him. So switching off because some people from my camp in. So they showed this from this past weekend on Dynamite. This past weekend, where Jerry Lynn told Max Caster and Anthony Bowens they need to start working together, my guys. And he got them a tag team match. Obviously, they didn't want it, but Jerry Lynn kind of gave them an ultimatum. If they don't want to show up for work, they will get suspended without pay. So they're going to have to team up together. And it's just teasing a bit. I mean, let them cook a bit. Let them cook a bit. Let my guys cook a bit. But yeah, we're definitely going to get that on, I think, on Dynamite this week or Collision. But they are going to be in a tag team match. I thought it was going to be on Dynamite, but we shall see on that. But it's going to be very interesting how they work together. And also, this will be a good process because not only we get the tag team match, I know, right? I'm going to let this, I know it's crazy, but I'm gonna let this cook a bit because I feel like there's a lot more deeper dive into this because obviously with tag teams, but I feel like they're gonna need a lot more therapy session and a deeper dive because they still have some kinks and issues they gotta work out anyway. But love my guys, and I got them what I needed. We definitely have the trios match between Ricochet and the Gates of Agony against the Hurt Syndicate. This was a really good trios match that actually didn't feel like it was a squash. I was very happy that the Gates of Agony did show up, and I do see potential in them being a future tag team champions. And Ricochet is doing what Ricochet do best. I was very happy to see MVP in the match, and yeah, possibly. I think if it's going to be Anthony versus Max, it has to happen at Full Gear. It has to happen at Full Gear in New Jersey. And also with the fact, too, Full Gear last year was the last pay-per-view match. They faced off against each other, and we know what happened there. And everybody was chanting F Max Caster, cheering for Bowen. So if they're going to have a one-on-one, and I did say it was going to be all in, let them have it at Full Gear. Let them have it at Full Gear in Jersey and do that. I was very happy the trios match did show up. I'm very happy to see. I'm pretty sure we will. If we do get that one-on-one at Full Gear, hey, I'll be in that audience. But I do think with Anthony and Caster, if it's going to be on one-on-one, it's got to be a Full Gear because at least they could do like a year in progress with that storyline. But I have a lot to dive into. Going back to the trios match, it did feel like it was a squash match. And I was very happy to see that. MVP looked like she hasn't missed a beat. And I was very happy to see it. And it didn't feel like there was no weak spots. I was very happy to see that. I think there's going to be more to the story with both trios. I could see them as being possible future contenders for the trios championship match because we know the Ops hold the trios belt. So that'll be very interesting to see. But the winners of the match was Ricochet and the Gates of Agony. And that was a signature win. And the Hurt Syndicate looked like, wow, we have somebody that is on our level that could be a possible threat. So there's a lot more story to be told with both of these trios. And I thought this was a really good match. Up next, we have the TBS Championship match, Mercedes Moné taking on Rio. Rio's first pay-per-view match since her return because she was out for a whole year. This was a really good match. I was very happy to see like Rio didn't miss a beat. If you saw Mercedes' facial expressions, it looked like she was either about to be gassed out or thought of Rio as a really possible threat because I would not sleep on Rio one bit. There's a reason why she is the inaugural AEW Women's Champion. I would not sleep on her for a bit. And the thing that really bothered me, and thank God I was not on when Will and said this, because I know Mercedes has brought a lot of impact in the AEW women's division, but I'm going to say this is right here. And even I noticed on the internet too. I don't like it when people shit on the women's division and call them amateurs, even when she got there, because some of them have won gold before she got there. So I just want to be very clear of that. And Rio did win gold before she got there. And also, she was the first female that Mercedes interacted with when she came into AEW. So that's something that kind of bothered me a little bit. I thought this was a good match between Mercedes Moné and Rio. I thought her ribs were kind of get the best of her, but this was really nice to see them go one-on-one. Obviously, we did see that. Don't worry, Boza, because like I said, my lady has a win over Mercedes. So like, he can brag all he wants, but your winner and still TBS champions Mercedes Moné, because there's a lady in waiting that is going to grab that TBS title. Her name is Alex Windsor. I mean, it would be kind of hilarious if, well, we'll talk about the other women's match shortly, but that I still believe Alex Windsor is going to be the one, because with the fact there's a lot of character development. Also, she's almost there breaking Jade's record. I don't think they were going to have her drop the belt before she broke Jade's record. When she breaks Jade's record and can say she's the longest reigning TBS champion, then she can drop it. So, and also, I do think she's going to go unhinged sooner than you think. It should have happened after All in Texas. But I do think it's the planning of the seeds. I do think she's going to go unhinged a lot sooner than you think. So, I'm just waiting for that moment to happen. And hopefully we get a new aggressive side of Mercedes. We also had the AEW Unified Championship match. Kazuchika Okada taking on Konosuke Takeshita and Mascara Dorada. This was actually a really good match. I'm not going to lie. This was a really, really good match. And I was very happy to see all three of them. Like Mascara, even though he had a qualifier match this past week, it looked like he didn't miss a beat and just got the crowd going. Crowd was going with Lucha. Of course, we did see a stare down with Okada and Takeshita. As I mentioned many times, I do think Takeshita is going to be the one to take off Okada. They got to meet one-on-one. They have to. I don't know when that's going to happen, because we do have the Continental Classic happening the end of this year. So who knows? Takeshita may get it at World's End if they do the Continental Classic. If they do, I can see Takeshita getting it then during that time. So I'm going to let this brew out just a little bit and have them in that one-on-one match. But still champion is Okada. And also with the fact, too, he has not had a pinfall loss since he's been in AEW. So let that sink in. Obviously, we had the coffin match between Darby Allin and Jon Moxley. And obviously, Bryan Danielson was on commentary. And Danielson promised Darby on Dynamite that he wouldn't interfere in the match. I thought he didn't, but guess not. And the rest of the Death Riders came in, but they left. And it was a very gruesome match, but it delivered some of the spots that it was supposed to. Thought Darby was going to win, but even Bryan Danielson handed him a duffel bag with a plastic bag on it, because that's what happened with Danielson last year at Wrestle Dream in his home state. But unfortunately, we had the return of Pac, and he cut his hair. We have not seen Pac since spring of this year, with the fact when he faced off against Swerve Strickland, he had a very tweaked up knee. His knee was very, very tweaked up. It was a bad knee injury, but he's back. He cut his hair. I thought Gabe Kidd was going to show up, but I do think Gabe Kidd is definitely another person to be looked at. But the winner of this match was Jon Moxley, and they took the casket backstage to Darby Allin, but it looks like the Death Riders. It was probably sometime in February, but I think it was like in spring. It was like around in springtime, right before Dynasty, because that's when Moxley faced off against Swerve. So it was kind of right before Moxley faced off against Swerve at Dynasty. But it was very interesting. And then, of course, we saw Darby Allin backstage. He tried to set Jon Moxley on fire. There's a lot of stuff with the Death Riders. I know they're trying to wreak havoc. Obviously, they had more people added to the mix. I mean, we already know of Gabe Kidd. We know of Gabe Kidd, Daniel Garcia now added to the fray, and this is where they're going to get a lot of dangerous. And I think it's going to be hard for Darby Allin, because Darby Allin's going to need some friends, because He can't handle 6-on-1, 7-on-1. Like, they're in numbers. And this is where, and I think this is what him and Orange were trying to do last year. They were trying to rally up everybody from AEW, but everybody was not on the same page. It's like they were more beef with each other than they were with the Death Riders, who's supposed to be a mutual enemy. So, and there's a lot of storylines coming into the fray. I do think it's going to be very interesting with that, but we shall see what happens there. I think there's a lot more story to tell, especially because, like I said, Darby needs some help. Eddie Kingston still has beef with the Death Riders. We know the Ops still have issues with the Death Riders. It looks like the conglomeration is going to be handling the Don Callis family, because we saw backstage Mark Briscoe, he won with the rest of the conglomeration, and he challenged 3 of his men on the Don Callis family to challenge himself, Hologram, and a member of the conglomeration Wednesday on Dynamite. So Kyle O'Reilly, and it may be the return of freshly squeezed Orange Cassidy. We have not seen him in spring, in April. Oh my God. I'm trying to imagine the reaction he's going to get. And I know he's supposed to help out with the Don Callis family, but I feel like he needs to help out with the Death Riders, because Orange Cassidy still has some issues with the Death Riders. Still has issues with the Death Riders. So I do think Orange Cassidy is going to be a player, because I know, like I said, Darby cannot do this battle. Darby cannot do this battle on his own. Honestly, I don't even know what I would do if Orange showed up on Wednesday. But as I mentioned, Darby's going to need some help. He's going to need Orange because, as Jerry Lynn said, Orange Cassidy needs to be a leader. And this is where a lot of guys are going to have to step up to the plate. And I think they're teasing the Acclaim's return because, not the Void in the tag team division, but I think somebody that can really step up to the plate and really lead the charge. Not just in tag team, but like in singles, because they could still do singles action together. So we shall see on that. But it was a good match. And up next, we have the AEW Women's Championship match. 2 of my ladies of the hour, Jamie Hayter, the timeless one, Toni Storm, against Tekla and Chris Statlander. I thought this was a solid match by all 4 of these ladies. I just wish it went on a little bit longer. That's what I think. I just think it went on a little bit longer. Obviously, we saw that little run Wheeler Yuta in the beginning, because we have seen this thing where the Death Riders and Chris Statlander and all that good stuff. But I think it was a very solid match. I was very happy to see. I don't think anybody was very weak, and it did protect Tekla because she didn't have to be pinned. But your winner and new AEW Women's Champion is Chris Statlander. I'm very happy for Chris Statlander. I know everybody's like laughing, like, you know, I'm upset that Toni Storm lost, but technically I'm not, because Toni had a fabulous reign as women's champion. She's a 4-time AEW women's champion. She doesn't need the belt anymore. She can enjoy some time off. She can like travel and wrestle all over the world. She can do appearances. She doesn't have to be tied down to the belt. And also with the fact too, I'm still waiting on the storyline between her and Jamie Hayter. I think there is a lot of story between those two that can really shake things up, and also could lead to Wembley next year. It does protect Tekla because she hasn't lost a match. I'm very happy for Chris Statlander. I just hope they do treat her reign a lot more better than they did her TBS title reign, because after she beat Jade, I don't think there was much elevation. Matches were there, but I think not much elevation on her character. So I would like to see that happen. I would love to really get that happening right now, but I'm very curious on what's happening next with Chris Statlander. But it looks like Mercedes Moné, which is really funny because now she's eyeing Chris Statlander as an AEW Women's Champion. She didn't do that with Toni before. And plus, Toni Storm has a win over Mercedes Moné. So, hey, it's a win-win. But I think this will help Toni as well because she can help out with some of the other women in that division. I do want to see her be in other different storylines. Maybe, with Willow. I don't know what they're going to do because I know she was supposed to have a one-on-one match with Marina Shafir. But with the fact, if Chris Statlander does join the Death Riders, yeah, because I feel like if she didn't, she would really harass it. But I just hope they do treat her reign better than they did when she beat Jade for the TBS title. I think I would not be shocked if Chris Statlander did join the Death Riders because, Wheeler Yuta and Marina Shafir have been looking on along with Jon Moxley. So I will be prepared. And also with the fact, too, if she does betray Harley and some of the rest of the ladies, this is kind of where you bring Toni Storm into the mix. And she could be the person to really step up to the plate and go against Marina Shafir. If they're not going to do it with Willow, this could be good for Toni. Also with the fact, too, she can help out her friend, Alex Windsor, because I still believe Alex Windsor could be the one to dethrone her, to dethrone Mercedes for the TBS title. I do think there's a lot more story to tell with those two, especially with the fact we know her hubby, Will Ospreay, had successful surgery and helping him out to make him feel good while she wrestles. So hopefully once he gets everything settled, Alex will be back. And I am very, very happy to see that. But I do think Alex Windsor is definitely going to be the person to dethrone Mercedes for the TBS title. And plus, she could get some help from Timeless Toni Storm since she beat Mercedes. And also, I want to see more of Windstorm together. I feel like they could be a really good tag team together. And I think they can make a lot of noise with Mina helping out on Ring of Honor, being the interim Ring of Honor TV champion. So congratulations to Chris Statlander on being the AEW Women's Champion. I just hope it's not a short reign and transitional champion. That's what I'm very afraid of. I kind of really want her to really take the reign, really take it in, elevate it, and just really roll with it. That's all I want. I just want her to really roll with it. But congratulations again to Chris Statlander. We're also going to go with the AEW Tag Team Championship ladder match. Brodito taking on the Young Bucks, taking on Jet Speed, taking on Jox Alexander and Hechicero of the Don Callis family. This is my other sleeper match of the night pick because I love tag teams. And this was just a fun match right before the main event. It was just so fun to see all these teams showcasing what they can do in ladder matches. I enjoyed it. I was very happy to see all four teams show up to the fray. And it made me very, very happy to see. And I was very happy. Yeah, I know. It was really good. That was one of my other sleeper matches of the night pick. But I was very happy to see Don Callis whine and everything else. And also, it was nice to see Brodino retain the tag team title belts. Very curious to see what's next for them because they still have a bone to pick with the Don Callis family. I feel like almost everyone has a bone to pick with the Don Callis family. But congratulations to them. We also got to see the return of Jack Perry, who have we not seen since losing to Daniel Garcia last year at Full Gear for the TNT Championship match. I was very happy to see Jack Perry back, and he had a package saying, "Why did you stab me in the back with the Young Bucks?" And we saw Luchasaurus and Jurassic or Jungle Express, I would say. Jungle Express, Jurassic Express. We got to see them back together again, and it was just a nostalgic feeling from the early years of AEW. The two of them back together again, and we do see them feuding with the Young Bucks, but I think they are going to help out. I'm very curious on what the interaction is going to be for Jurassic Express with Christian, because I know they've had a lot of past. But I feel like Ed and Christian is going to need some extra help because they can't handle the patriarchy and FTR by themselves. So this is where they're going to need some help. If it's not Jurassic Express, I don't know what. I don't know who. So lots of storylines to play out there. And we have the main event, Kyle Fletcher versus Hangman Adam Page. This was a good match. This was probably the match of the night right there. I really did enjoy this match between Kyle Fletcher and Hangman Adam Page. They really did show that they can really do it. And it did show a lot of potential for Kyle Fletcher being a future top star for AEW in the long run. And very happy to see Hangman just do it in the grace. Also, this will continue the story because obviously, like I said, the Death Riders, the Don Callis family has problems with the conglomeration, with Hangman. And also on top of that, MJF has to cash in his title opportunity within a week. So that's a lot to handle. It's going to be very curious on what's next for Hangman because I'm sure he's probably still going to continue feuding with the Don Callis family. What's next for Kyle Fletcher? I'm not sure. Obviously, he's the reigning TNT champion, but it was a really good match of the night. I think they do have some storylines in place for the next 3.5 weeks. It's just that it has to come together. I do think it's going to be a blood and guts. If it's not going to be a Wrestle Dream, I can see this happening at Full Gear. I feel Full Gear would be really good because they could stretch out a little bit with the storylines, and it doesn't have to be throw all your eggs into one basket. This could actually be really something. So I could see a blood and guts happening at Full Gear, and maybe with the ladies as well. They just have to figure out some fray. But yeah, I give AEW All Out a 9.5 out of 10. Yeah, exactly. Like if you can't do it at Full Gear, I'm trying to think World's End how they're going to do it, only because of the Continental Classic. But Full Gear would definitely be a good opportunity to do blood and guts. So I give it 9.5 out of 10. It was a really good pay-per-view all around. A lot of under the radar surprises. And I was very surprised. A lot of this is the best part about Secrets. And this is where people were focusing so much on WrestlePalooza. They didn't focus much on AEW Fall All Out with all the surprises happening. We got to see Beth Phoenix. We got to see Pac return. We got to see Jungle Boy. We also got to see the return of Jurassic Express. So, you did. Yep, the 2025 Continental Classic. I think, yeah, Full Gear would be better. And plus, it would be good because it's in the Garden State. And yeah, these were some really good secrets because everybody was so focused on WrestlePalooza. It's like they forgot about AEW All Out. So I like secrets and surprises. I did not think Beth was going to show up today. I thought it was either going to be Gangrel. But yeah, we got to see Beth. We got to see the return of Pac. We got to see Jack Perry make his return, along with the return of Jurassic Express. And lots of good stuff happening. We do have a lot of storylines that'll be following up. But congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to everybody. It was definitely a successful event. I give it a 9.5. But that concludes AEW All Out in Toronto. It has been so fun spending it with all of you in these 5 hours. I know WrestlePalooza is happening right now. I may give myself a break and probably watch it tomorrow because I do have ESPN on there. So I'll give myself time because I want to give myself time to compress and then worry about it tomorrow. So I do want to give a shout out to Lewis, Boza, Zach Minner, Nathan Campbell, Michael Vasquez, our producer from the future, Dylan popped in, Maria. I definitely want to thank everybody. Aaron Teagle, thank you all. DJ Magic J from the Mega Powers podcast, thank you for joining in on it. We definitely want to thank everybody for joining on AEW, and also Victoria for hopping on for a bit. Say hi. I was very happy. Eddie Foster, thank you for joining on this watch along too. Yeah, it was really great. I was very happy to see, and it made me really happy to do that. And also, I just realized too, because nobody And also, hold up, I'm looking through the comments and chats. Yes, Boza, thank you. And also, I can't believe I did not mention this, but Chris Statlander, and she did something Mercedes Moné, and even my lady Toni Storm couldn't do. She's the first woman to hold both the TBS title and the AEW Women's World title, and she's the first ever female Grand Slam. So that is a milestone right there. How did I not miss that? But congratulations to all the winners. 9.5 out of 10. But feel free to follow me. You can always catch me Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on WWT Live, chirping around as much as I can. Wednesdays, I don't give a crap what says, because honestly, I've never seen him do a watch along. He could try to take over my day, but it's Timeless Elite Wednesdays. It will always be Timeless Elite Wednesdays, regardless if she's the champ or not, because after she lost, I showed up to work. He did not show up to work after Mercedes lost at All in Texas. I'm just saying. So Timeless Elite Wednesdays, you get to spend it with me. Do not miss out on this special Wednesday of Dynamite, because we got a lot of stuff happening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Tony Khan's doing a special announcement. We're going to see the conglomeration and a possible mystery partner, a possible freshly squeezed return, hopefully. And we're going to get to see Anthony Bowens and Max Caster in tag team action, either on Dynamite or on Collision, either one, courtesy of Jerry Lynn. But yeah, a lot of stuff happening, lots of things moving. Going to be very curious how some of these other storylines are intact, but shout outs to everybody doing that. Also, make sure to check out the Kayfabe podcast with my other siblings. They're doing a great job. They did an episode on Thursday, so make sure to catch them every Thursday. They are doing their thing. Also, make sure to follow the rest of my crew on WWT Live, because we have amazing things happening. Follow me on @CourtneyNJ11, because I got content all around. Next weekend, 90s Wrestling Con with myself and Honey will be in the building. So make sure to follow ISPW Wrestling, because we got a lot of shows happening in the fall and holiday season. So thank you all for joining with me on this Saturday night, and make sure to follow Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet. Have a great evening. Be safe, and I will see you on Monday.
Thanks for joining WWT. Don't forget to like us on all social media platforms at WW Talk Pod. Like and subscribe on all video and audio platforms, like yesterday, my G. And check out our website at www.talkpod.com. Thanks for watching Women's Wrestling Talk, the #1 women's wrestling network on the planet.